Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. And Trump is leading the U.S. to a war it can't win. But before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. It's so much going on the geopolitical chessboard, but it's World War III everywhere we look. Let's get right into the content. Salute, y'all.
All right. Well, it was only a matter of time before President Trump launched a military strike on Venezuela. Well, it appears to have happened. This morning, Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro says they've captured CIA soldiers / mercenaries trying to carry out a false flag attack designed to spark.
Now, this is something that's not been reported on other news channels. You can only hear this at Cool Figure TV. These CIA officers, remember, Trump just authorized the CIA to do covert operations in Venezuela. Well, they've been captured. They're not talking about this. They've been captured with the help of Russia and China and Iranian specialists in Venezuela, but they've been captured.
Spark a coup in that country, confirmed by a number of different news sources. But also, you might remember that just a few weeks ago, the New York Times even broadcast this to everybody. The Trump administration.
Maduro could parade them on the news, in the media, humiliate Trump. But Putin is telling them, no, don't do that. That would only anger them. Just let the world know we've captured U.S. CIA officers in our country trying to do false flags. Just let them know we got them. Put some back channels to the U.S. Let them know we got them. We could parade them on the news. See, Putin not really into that because that could escalate the situation. But U.S. Special Forces soldiers have absolutely been captured. And I've been warning you, I don't know what they thought was going to happen in Venezuela. They're going to go through with it because Putin is devastating them in Ukraine, and they have got to flex some type of muscle somewhere, and they've picked Venezuela because it's the weakest out of Iran, China, North Korea, Russia. But they starting off very horribly.
Administration authorizes covert CIA action in Venezuela because, they love regime change operations. This is exactly what we expected to happen, and it's here. Meanwhile, the American media is fully on board with this and with regime change operations. Last night, CBS News, 60 Minutes, which is an extension of the CIA, of course, did a full report on Venezuela, and they even had this guy. This, of course, is James Story. He's an ex-U.S. ambassador, total regime change lover. So they got him on here to talk about how he really let the cat out of the bag. Now, we can't show you any 60 Minutes because they'll copyright strike us. They always do. But what basically he said, he admitted the real reason that we're going to war with Venezuela. Guess what? Newsflash, it has nothing to do with those narco boats at all. It has everything to do with what I reported this weekend, which is about oil. And he admitted, quote, Venezuela is sitting on top of the world's largest oil reserves, minerals that will fuel the 21st century economy. So, of course, we can't have Nicolas Maduro and Russia and China's influence in Venezuela at all. It needs to be the United States. CIA whistleblower John Kiriakou joins us now, who knows all about these regime change operations and has been telling the world about the CIA's nefarious operations. John, great to see you. Does this surprise you at all? I mean, when you're hearing from Nicolas Maduro that they've captured CIA mercenaries off of Trinidad and Tobago trying to carry out regime change operations, I'm sure this is like another day at the CIA, right?
Yeah, it's like, people got caught. What are you going to do? People get caught all the time. No, it didn't surprise me. The Trump administration, the Biden administration, and the first Trump administration before that have used mercenaries repeatedly in Venezuela. It's never well thought out. It's never well executed. And then we can't understand why the Venezuelans don't want to let go of all these regime change mercenaries that they catch coming up on shore. I will say, though, that you raised a moment ago a very important issue, and that's the issue of oil. Venezuela is sitting on an ocean of oil. It's very dirty oil. It has an extremely high sulfur content. And until about 10 years ago, the only refineries that could process that oil were in Texas. And so we didn't like the Venezuelans. They didn't like us, but we were the only ones that could refine that oil. So we maintained a relationship. Well, About 10 years ago, the Chinese began building a refinery in the Caribbean, and it can refine oil now. So I think that this regime change operation is not even really about Nicolas Maduro. We've worked with Maduro for a decade. It's really about trying to keep the Chinese out of Central and South America and the Caribbean.
Yeah, not to pat myself on the back, but I did a deep dive video on it this weekend, specifically talking about China's 25% interest in the oil that sits right off of Guyana. And of course, I mean, their lifeline right now is the amount of oil that they're getting from Venezuela. We don't like the Chinese and the Russians in our own backyard under the Monroe Doctrine, 1,600 miles away from Miami. So we get to say that this is all about narco-terrorist boats when it's really not. It's about, we want to control Venezuela. Let's stop lying to people.
Salute.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Just come out and say, just say, look, we don't want the Chinese, so this is what we're going to do.
What do you mean not well thought out? Are we talking like Louvre heist type, fly by the seat of our pants, or what? Because John Bolton admitted in his book. Okay, so like, give me an example. Like, let's go in and try this. Like,
sure. If you're going to overthrow a government, you don't just send mercenaries in inflatable rafts to wash up on shore with their guns and say, okay, we're here to overthrow the government. There's a way to go about doing it. First of all, you have to attack the presidential palace, right? Bomb the presidential palace. At the same time, you have to take control of the methods of communication, the TV stations, the radio stations. You have to attack the power grid if you don't want the other side to communicate. You have to pacify the military. And then you have to physically take control of the major intersections in the capital city while your troops move on the presidential palace and the Ministry of Defense. Well, 16 bozos who used to be, in the Marines or Delta Force or whatever, and are working for Eric Prince now, they're not going to affect your coup. It's just not going to work out. This notion, and I sat in meetings with White House officials who would say, as soon as we cross that border, they're going to throw flowers at us. They're never going to throw flowers at us. They're going to shoot you for invading their country. It's just something that we don't understand. We fool ourselves. We trick ourselves into thinking that we are liberators who will be welcomed as heroes. And instead, we're greeted as invaders and occupiers.
Right.
Can you talk about just some of the mechanics of, a CIA operation here? The New York Times blew the whistle on this a few weeks ago, saying that Trump has authorized these CIA takeover and regime change operations. We reported here on this show through a whistleblower, Jordan Godreau, who was tasked by the Trump administration to go in and lead a coup attempt back under his first term in 2016. The CIA got in the way, and his special forces teams, he was a Green Beret, they were killed. Like, the CIA got in the way of his regime change operation during Trump's first term. So what exactly are they going to try to install? I know there's rumors out there they're going to try to install, the CIA wants basically a cartel light, like not as strong as Maduro, but they still get to funnel all of their phony and dark money through basically an alternative to Maduro, but he's not a saint at all.
Like a Zelensky government, right?
Yeah, like
in Venezuela.
Government. That's right.
Yeah,
that's
great
right.
point.
First, let me say that when this article appeared in the New York Times several weeks ago, quoting the president as saying that he had approved of a covert action program, it sent chills up my spine. There is literally nothing at the CIA that is more highly classified than a covert action program. Covert action is so highly classified that the covert action staff at the CIA doesn't even have a sign on their office door to identify who they are. So for the president of the United States to announce that he is ordering a covert action program to overthrow a government, unprecedented since the CIA was created. I don't know if he did it just to try to throw the Venezuelans off balance, or because he was so proud of himself he just couldn't keep it quiet. I don't understand the reason, but it was stunning to me, incredible that he would do such a thing. Number one. Number two, in that show Narcos on Netflix, just as the DEA is going to go in for the big arrest or the big kill, the CIA station chief steps in and just screws up the entire operation. Well, the reason that was in Narcos so frequently and in other TV shows and movies, is because it happens in real life. The CIA always screws things up. So on the one hand, you have a group of mercenaries in 2017, probably working at the direction of the National Security Advisor. And then the CIA comes in and screws the whole thing up. People get killed, others are arrested and then have to be swapped for Venezuelan prisoners. It's just a big mess. But again, this is a lack of coordination. It's a lack of planning. And frankly, I'd like to know who in the Justice Department's Office of Legal Counsel and who at the General Counsel's Office at the NSC approved of this operation. It's patently illegal to just go around overthrowing other governments because you don't like their politics. You can't do stuff like that. So I'm not surprised that what we've seen so far has just been one disaster after another.
I mean, at least they're doing it in full sight. It's not covert, because when Trump left office the first time, we had John Bolton writing in his book, like, yeah, we tried a coup in Venezuela. It didn't really work. At least now it's full out there and we can see it. They're not gaslighting us about it. No, speaking of gaslighting governments, though, let's pivot to talking about Israel, because Israel addressed this idea of whether or not Israel runs the United States or vice versa. And this is sort of the most transparent way that we've ever seen the Israeli government address this. Prime Minister Netanyahu released this statement saying that is basically not true. So if you say that Israel runs the U.S. government, that's the new anti-Semitism. Don't say it. I'm going to keep saying it. And he's also saying that the notion that he controls the U.S. government is a joke. The notion that the U.S. government controls Israel is ridiculous. He's saying they're basically going to do what they want to do. Now, why is he saying this now? He's signaling to us that he doesn't have to abide by the peace plan. He's going to do whatever the F he wants. And he's making it clear. Is there any other reason that he would do this? What do you make of this?
You know, we shouldn't be surprised by this one iota. It's an Israeli policy, frankly, to negotiate ceasefires and then immediately violate them. It's just what they do. When they finally agreed to this most recent ceasefire, I said on my podcast, how many hours do you think it's going to be? Not days or weeks or months. How many hours is it going to be before the Israelis violate the ceasefire? And it was 48 hours. They did it after 48 hours, just 2 days. It's just what they do. When Benjamin Netanyahu says that nobody is going to tell him what to do, he means it. He means literally nobody is going to tell him what to do. That's why the Israel Times last week published a front page article saying that the reason Vice President Vance and Secretary of State Rubio were in Jerusalem was to babysit. That was the word that they used, to babysit the Israeli government, because Benjamin Netanyahu will do whatever he wants. He will not take orders. Today, President Trump actually made a statement, made me laugh, in which he said that he runs the Israeli government and that Netanyahu will do as he's told. That tells me there's a split. That tells me that finally Donald Trump understands that Netanyahu uses him, manipulates him, and will do anything that Netanyahu wants to do, regardless of what is in the interests, the best interests of the United States.
Way to catch up.
Yeah, I don't know if I said this to you before, but I have it on good authority right from the White House that President Trump was shocked to learn that, like, young Americans think that he is controlled by Benjamin Netanyahu. Like, he had been so insulated from that awareness. How do you not know that that's what people say on X and social media, and all these people, young people, think that the White House is controlled by Benjamin Netanyahu? He was pissed to learn about that. I'm like, what kind of a bubble do you have to be in, Mr. Trump, to not realize that this is what people think, given the amount of money and the way that you sort of kowtow to any Benjamin Netanyahu comes to town, and 2 days later we're helping them bomb Iran.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And this is exactly the perfect example of how Netanyahu uses Donald Trump. Trump actually said a couple of days after the bombing that he did Iran a favor by bombing, because Netanyahu told him, if you don't bomb Iran for us, we're going to bomb them using a nuclear weapon. So thank God that Donald Trump stepped in to bomb Iran, he actually saved Iranian lives by bombing. It's like, do you listen to yourself when you say things like this? You've obviously been played. Even, people 18 to 25 recognize that you've been played. And so it's time to finally establish an independent foreign policy. Tucker Carlson interviewed, kind of famously now, Senator Ted Cruz a month or two ago, and he really beat Cruz up over Cruz's oft-stated self-description as the most pro-Israel senator on Capitol Hill. Cruz said, AIPAC doesn't represent Israel. It represents American Jews. And Tucker said, well, what issue, name one issue, any issue that AIPAC disagrees with Benjamin Netanyahu over? And Cruz said, well, I'm not going to get into an argument with you. I'm not going to get into this kind of a pissing match. Well, yeah, because you're making this up as you go along. AIPAC is the personal representative of Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government in Washington, which is exactly why they should be registering as a foreign agent.
Now,
go ahead, sorry.
May I ask this? So with the midterms coming up, we're going to see Republicans rebranding themselves as a traditional form of MAGA, which means pro-America first, and starting to pretend that they did not represent Israel during its assault in Gaza, that they did not want Israel to bomb Iran. I've seen this makeover start to happen through Republicans, such as Democrats. At the very least, they never had to pretend. A lot of them did say we promote Israel, but they didn't seem to want a war with Iran, at least. Now we're going to see this makeover of Representative Anna Paulina Luna. I've seen her start to sort of pretend that she cared more about America than Israel. Randy Fine is going to do that. It's going to be incumbent on us to remember that this is now a tactic to win re-election. And I'm not having it. What do you think?
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. Listen, if we're going to be America first, then by God, let's be America first. And let's recognize and understand that sometimes America's best interests are not the same as Israel's best interests. They're just simply not the same. And so we should put America first. That's what it's all about. But people like Ted Cruz, and it's not just Ted Cruz, it's a lot of members of both parties on Capitol Hill shouting about who the most pro-Israel is. Oh, I'm more pro-Israel than you. That's not a good thing. We don't want you, we don't elect you to represent the best interests of Israel. We elect you to represent the best interests of the United States and the American people. And I agree with you. We need to call them on it in this next election. Enough is enough.
John, we'll get you out of here on this, which is what happens now to the ceasefire. I mean, as you pointed out, and it's been hilarious to watch these like MAGA influencers on social media. They're saying, Trump deserves the Nobel Peace Prize, ceasefire. I mean, I'm usually a glass half full kind of person. And on this show, we said, like you, I mean, how long until Israel violates the ceasefire? They will blame Hamas, of course. That's always their strategy. Always. They'll do it very quickly. But what is Trump's hand in this now? Like, where do things stand? Are we looking at a larger, broader war now with Lebanon? Like, where do we turn? And will we see a sustained peace at all?
In the near term, I think we should not expect a broader war with Lebanon, only because the Israelis have effectively wiped out Hezbollah. It's going to take Hezbollah at least another 6 months to begin reconstituting itself, probably closer to a year. The Israelis don't have to worry about Syria right now. They've taken a swath of the southwestern Syrian desert, but they don't have to worry about the Syrians posing a military threat to them. What the Israelis ought to be thinking about is, if they're serious about expanding the Abraham Accords and establishing diplomatic relations with the government of Saudi Arabia, then by God, they have to give on Gaza. We hear all the time that the one-state solution is dead, the two-state solution is dead. Well, what about a three-state solution? First of all, there's going to have to be an independent Palestine. Whether it has a military or not, sure, can be open for negotiations. But the West Bank is going to have to be the center of an independent Palestine. What does that do for the Gaza Palestinians? there's got to be some sort of an agreement out there where Gaza can be administered by the United Nations, or administered by the Saudi government, or administered by the Egyptian government like it was before 1967, and to give the Gaza Palestinians some sort of a chance at economic development. Look at these photographs that you're showing right now. It's destroyed. For all intents and purposes, Gaza has ceased to exist as a functioning place. And so there's going to have to be some kind of bigger agreement here.
Yeah. Thank you so much, John Kiriakou, joining us from Europe today.
To happen very soon. My assumption is that it is going to be attempts at decapitation strikes and then amphibious landings. And how do I think this is going to go? Not so great. I reject this fully, unconditionally, categorically. I reject this. This is not what Americans want or need right now. We need to focus on our issues. This is not what we...
They will never conquer Venezuela. Venezuela is not Libya. Venezuela have advanced weapon systems, pretty strong military, and they can defend themselves. They couldn't evade the U.S. They damn sure gonna be able to defend themselves. This is a horrific mistake, and these people is dragging us into some catastrophes. Might be some false flags happening in the U.S. that they will blame on Venezuelan drug smugglers. Remember, they've let a bunch of them in the country. The CIA have stashed them out to do all kind of horrendous things. With people should see the plot coming.
What we need right now. Yesterday, President Trump came out and said, it's not true. We didn't send B-1 bombers off the coast of Venezuela, but actually it was true. We have the flight radar to back it up. There's tons of flight radar information on that flight. Yes, they did send B-1 bombers off the coast of Venezuela, and yes, they did enter Venezuelan airspace, okay? This is well documented. There's no denying it. So I have to question, are people making military calls without Trump's approval, or what's going on here? The U.S. flew B-1 bombers near Venezuela on Thursday, stepping up pressure on President Nicolas Maduro only days after other American warplanes carried out an attack demonstration. Okay. We're all past the point believing that this is about like narco traffickers or something. We understand that they're just, for the most part, they're bombing fishermen, and maybe they targeted the submarine, was probably narco. Probably. I mean, they blew up. Who has a submarine? That's probably narco. What nationality that the crew of that submarine were is unable to be identified.
No, a submarine in those waters do not mean narco. You have people with submarines out there doing all kind of deep sea exploration. You got people out there treasure hunting. You got people just sea level. So we can't let them say automatically, oh, submarine, that's got to be narco. No, that doesn't mean equate. And in the U.S., we the land of justice. You have to prove. See, this the land of justice. You're supposed to prove it's drugs on that submarine. I'm not going to ever sit here and say, oh, the submarine equals drugs, whack them. That's disgusting, you see, because that's the mentality. You see, black equals crime. No, that's nonsense.
We'll add that would be Ecuadorian, for example, a U.S. ally that is responsible for most of the drug trafficking in Latin America nowadays. But anyways, most cases are strikes on fishermen from Colombia, from Venezuela, and from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, after Trump came out and said that we didn't send B-1 bombers, he, in effect, contradicted himself by saying this right here.
Coming in by sea are like 5% of what they were.
And the Puerto Ricans should really feel like some slaves. You know, Trump already said there was a shithole place. He hated it. When the storm came, he treated them like peasants and threw paper towels and toilet paper at them, made them jump in the air. Very disrespectful went on and said they didn't give a damn about Puerto Rico, crappy play. That's what Trump was saying. But they're staging their military shenanigans into the Caribbean from Puerto Rico right now. You see, don't want to say that's really, Puerto Rico is not a state of the U.S. It's just one of our little colonies. Puerto Ricans, if they want to do, they should rise up and they should be getting some freedom. They want to talk about freedom for people in Ukraine. How about freedom for people in Puerto Rico?
A year ago, less than 5%. So now they're coming in by land. And even the land is concerned because I told them that's going to be next. The land is going to be next. And we may go to the Senate. We may go to the, Congress and tell them about it.
So pin two things down in this. One, he said land may be next, referring to presumably a land invasion or land strikes. I would imagine he's talking about strikes on Venezuelan territory, land strikes. Number two, he said we may go to the Senate, we may go to Congress to discuss this. Now, this is giving me flashbacks to Obama wants to start a war in Syria. He realizes it's very unpopular with the American public. And he says, oh, maybe we should take this to Congress and see what they think about it. And then he understands that even most of Congress is not going to approve an action such as this, a new war on Syria. Obviously, we know how that story ended. But, Trump is saying we may take it to Congress. Remember that. Remember that, because it's going to be important at the end of this story. So he's saying we may take this matter to Congress. Okay. Land strikes on Venezuela. Okay. I mean, it seems as though he's saying that it's going to be some time before we do something like this, before we do the land strikes on Venezuela. But yesterday we had B-1 bombers in Venezuelan airspace. Okay. At that same meeting, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth had this to say.
And then we're proud to be going on the offense, counter cartel operations. And it's not counter cartel, as was mentioned. These are designated terrorist organizations, foreign terrorist organizations. Our generation spent the better part of 2 decades hunting Al-Qaeda, hunting ISIS. Well, as the president said, this is the ISIS, this is the Al-Qaeda of the Western Hemisphere. They intimidate, they terrorize, they extort, they poison the American people. The president's right. Every boat we strike is 25,000 Americans.
So you get the gist here. He's comparing narco traffickers to Al-Qaeda and ISIS. By the way, the president of Syria, former Al-Qaeda and ISIS leader that just shook hands with Trump, and we removed the 10 million bounty on his head. By the way, the U.S. armed and funded Al-Qaeda and ISIS in Syria and their affiliate groups. By the way, in this video, he says, we know everything that they're doing. We know where they're going. Clearly, they don't, because they keep blowing up fishermen on accident. Maybe not on accident. I don't know. He said, we know where they originated from, these traffickers. That's clearly not true, because they blew up Colombian fishermen and fishermen from Trinidad and Tobago. The bodies of those fishermen from Trinidad and Tobago just washed up on shore a few hours ago in Trinidad and Tobago. As for the Colombians that survived the strikes, they were repatriated to Colombia because the U.S. really had nothing to prosecute them over because they're Colombian fishermen. We know what they're carrying. I don't think so. They're carrying fishing poles, with the exception of that submarine, probably, which we don't even know what that submarine video could have been AI for all we know. This whole thing is just, it's a regime change war. They're trying to sell it to us by doing this, and no one's buying it. I think I read the stat on stream last night, like 63% of Americans a few weeks ago opposed intervention in Venezuela. I can only imagine that number is going to be going up and up and up as the threat of sending U.S. sons and daughters, American sons and daughters into Venezuela, which will lead to a protracted guerrilla war, the likes of which we haven't seen since Vietnam. I can't imagine Americans will become any more sympathetic to this idea as time goes on. But that's where we're at now. we're at now. So Trump is saying, oh, well, we might go to Congress about this, because I think he sees that his poll numbers right now are not too high. And in addition to that, Venezuela is very united around Maduro. So you're talking about a war. It has to be a war. You're not going to be able to just buy off some generals.
Maduro.
And that's going to be very costly in terms of equipment and human life for the Americans. And so he's talking about going to Congress to get approval, because he sees that this is going to be an unpopular decision to make. Okay. But then today we have not a direct quote from Trump. We have a quote from administration sources who say that Trump will coordinate with Congress when Maduro's corpse is in U.S. custody. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. It sounds like something Trump might say. I don't know. Given the actions of the Trump administration right now and the stuff that Pete Hegseth is saying, it could very well be that that's something he said and something he means. Decapitation strikes. I think that's probably the best bet if the U.S. wants to create chaos in Venezuela and in Latin America without risking the most amount of American lives. Kim Ives has a very good breakdown of what's happening in Latin America. I want to read this for all of you. So he's talking about the 4 Caribbean nations who are being targeted right now in one way, shape, or form. And this has been a long-planned coordinated assault on Latin American sovereignty. He first brings up Haiti, right next to Cuba. The U.S. is converting and complementing its proxy multinational security support troops with 4,500 more soldiers, including its own, to make the gang suppression forces in Haiti, which will wage war against gangs, i.e. poor but armed Haitian neighborhoods, demanding revolution without answering to any Haitian authority. So the U.S. is upping essentially troop levels in Haiti to take out the pro-sovereigntist movement in Haiti. Venezuela, we don't even, we just talked about that. Colombia, an escalating war of words between President Gustavo Petro and the Trump administration may well escalate into military action or another regime change operation. We're going to talk about Colombia in a moment, because sanctions were just implemented for the first time on Colombia. And as you probably know, Trump has already threatened to remove Colombian President Gustavo Petro from power. And number 4, the ultimate prize of every U.S. administration for 65 years. This nation remains the inspiration for all of Latin America and the world for its costly but successful resistance to U.S. imperialism's effort to destroy its revolution. Now, this is Cuba. It is a particular obsession of Secretary of State Marco Rubio, whose parents were Miami Cubans. None of these theaters of conflict are isolated. They're all intimately linked, and a U.S. attack against one is an assault against all. Now, I'll also add that Nicaragua, which you can see right here on the left side of the screen right there, Nicaragua is also being targeted with very costly sanctions. It is like the poorest nation, I believe, in Central America. And they're talking about 100% sanctions or tariffs, rather, on Nicaragua. So you've got Colombia, Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba, and Nicaragua all being targeted. These are all agents of resistance to U.S. imperialism in the region. And really, also, Brazil has been targeted with sanction war over the past few months. We've talked about that. Should I show you this video is so funny, actually. In the midst of it all, President Maduro decided it'd be a good idea to demand Trump not commit to war on Venezuela and not do decapitation strikes on him. I've never seen a video like this. But President Maduro, he was giving a speech yesterday. I thought this was AI at first. I'm like, is this even real? Is he memeing? Is he trolling? I don't know what's happening, but watch this.
Not war, not war, not war.
He's speaking English. Kinda.
Just peace, just peace, just peace. Forever, forever, forever. Peace forever. No crazy war. No a la guerra loca. No crazy.
That's my favorite one. Not crazy. Not crazy. That should be our rallying call against the U.S. war on Venezuela. Not crazy. Not crazy war.
No crazy war. No crazy war. Please, please, please. Yes, peace. Peace forever.
This goes on for a minute. Yes, peace. Peace forever.
Peace forever. Victory forever. Defeat.
I wish I was there. I really wish I was there. That'd be so fun. No, not war. Peace forever.
Victory forever. Defeat. Esto se llama
Oh, crazy war.
lenguaje tarzaneado.
Oh, the people love Maduro, I swear. When he walks into the room, every time I've been in Venezuela, when he walks in the room, the people are just lit up. You see their faces. They're so happy. He comes in. You know, when Maduro comes in, when Putin comes into the room, everyone's like, stand at attention, salute. When Maduro comes into the room, let me tell you how it goes, okay? When Maduro comes in, on the side of the stage, they've got a mariachi. Well, I don't know if you call it a mariachi band in Venezuela, but in effect, they've got some like traditional Venezuelan music. It's like a mariachi band, basically. And they're playing this super vibe, like Venezuelan upbeat mariachi song and stuff. And he comes in and he's just dancing. He comes through the front row and he starts dancing with everyone, starts hugging everyone. It's a vibe, and then, you know, within 30 minutes, it's not war.
El español tipo Tarzán sería no guerra, no guerra, no querer guerra, no a la guerra de los locos, no a la locura a la guerra. Esa sería la traducción, ¿verdad?
Sounds better in English. I think he should do more speeches in English, to be honest. Not war, yes peace. So anyways, I give all this information to you, but I've left out the most crucial detail of all, which is that about an hour ago, 2 hours ago now, we've been streaming for a minute. About 2 hours ago, the United States ordered the deployment of the Gerald Ford aircraft carrier near Venezuela. Now, what I'm about to show you is from an account that is like pro-NATO, pro-US, pro-Israel. And they are going to explain why this is not so great for Venezuela. The U.S. Department of Defense has announced that the USS Gerald Ford and her carrier strike group, consisting of blah, 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 several ships, has been redirected from the Mediterranean Sea to the U.S. Southern Command area of responsibility near Venezuela. So, aircraft carrier strike group, it has been redirected from Mediterranean off the coast of Venezuela to off the coast of Venezuela. The Ford will join the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group, which, as you saw the videos of the U.S. Marine Corps doing amphibious landing exercises at the military base Camp Pendleton in San Diego County last week. We can assume what they're planning to do in Venezuela. And they're also going to be joining several other air and naval assets already deployed to southern Caribbean region and Puerto Rico. If there was any indication that the Trump administration is planning a much larger operation against Venezuela and Latin America, this is it. The Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group just entered the Mediterranean earlier this month. So it just got to the Mediterranean, and they're saying, hold up, come back. We need you here. Get to Venezuela now. If they're being redirected all the way back across the Atlantic from Europe, there's a good reason for it. And it isn't just to strike a bunch of speedboats running drugs for the cartels. It's expensive to keep all of these troops deployed to Puerto Rico, to Trinidad, Tobago, all these aircraft carrier strike groups. I mean, this is tens of thousands of troops. This is not a cheap endeavor. And they can't just keep them there forever and not do anything. My assumption is that something very big is going to happen very soon. My assumption is that it is going to be decapitation strikes, attempts at decapitation strikes, and then amphibious landings. And how do I think this is going to go? Not so great for a whole number of reasons, which we've already touched on. I think this is going to go very poorly. I think this is going to be very costly to the U.S. I think it's going to be very bloody. I think there's going to be chaos in Venezuela for a very long time. And I don't think this is going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination to bring peace back to Venezuela once they open this can of worms. Worth noting that on my show, Legitimate Targets, which has been broadcast only on Twitter and Telegram for the past 12 months, I did an episode on December 31st of 2024, and it was my predictions for the coming year. In that video, I don't know what made me say it. I just had a certain vibe based on what Eric Prince was saying, close Trump, associate, former owner of Blackwater, now owner of a new iteration of Blackwater that has a different name, the private military contractor whose sister is Betsy DeVos, former Secretary of Education under Trump. I mean, this guy is as immersed in the Trump world as you can get, and he is fully aligned with the deep state. He was talking back then after Trump had won the election, but had yet to be inaugurated about, regime change in Iran, in Venezuela, decapitation strikes on Venezuela. I said in that video, my predictions for 2025 was that they are going to try and attempt regime change in Venezuela. That's what I said back then, and it looks like we are now being proven right just 10 months later. Unfortunately, I don't like to be proven right about these things. I don't like to be correct about these things, but that's where we are. Venezuela is deploying more Russian and Iranian-made air defense systems day by day all across the country. They're deploying troops everywhere all across the country in preparation for what they know is going to come. I told you we were going to talk about Colombia. Colombia just was hit with some sanctions. Trump slapped sanctions on Colombia's President Petro, his son, and his wife. Okay, this is not too long after we saw Trump threaten regime change in Colombia. White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt said yesterday, I don't think we're seeing de-escalation from the unhinged leader of Colombia right now, and I don't think the president, frankly, is interested in that at this point. Okay. And also we have this, U.S. troops are now deploying to Trinidad and Tobago this weekend for a 5-day visit full of military exercises. And I think this is possibly one of the most damning bits of information, because a 5-day visit to Trinidad and Tobago, that smells very fishy to me. So let's all watch very closely over the next 5 days what happens in the Caribbean. Let's watch. I think we're about to see something. And I think this is a pretty clear indication we might see something, starting very soon, starting next week. The U.S. just blew up a boat of fishermen belonging, their citizenship was of Trinidad and Tobago, and their bodies washed up on shore in Trinidad and Tobago today. And now the U.S. is going to be deploying troops there for a 5-day visit, just for funsies. Okay.
So, little family, we in here.
Venezuela, but this is part of a larger political war on Latin America. In the past few months, the U.S. government has imposed sanctions on the democratically elected president of Colombia, Gustavo Petro. Trump has also imposed 50% tariffs on Brazil. This is one of the highest tariff rates on earth. And Trump has been very clear that he's directly meddling in Brazil's internal politics. Moreover, Trump has repeatedly claimed that he's going to take over the Panama Canal and colonize this important geostrategic territory in blatant violation of the sovereignty of Panama. And Trump has been openly interfering in elections in Latin America. For instance, the Trump administration offered $40 billion in a bailout to try to save Argentina's right-wing libertarian president, Javier Milei, who's a close Trump ally.
And I'm doing something that I don't often do. I'm giving a full endorsement to him. We just endorsed him for president. As you know, he has a race coming up, and I'm sure he's going to do well. But now I think this hopefully assures it. And to the people of Argentina, we're backing him 100%.
So today I'm going to be explaining why Donald Trump is so aggressive in Latin America and what the real goals of the U.S. empire are. Because what we're talking about is blatant imperialism or even neo-colonialism. The U.S. empire is trying to impose its hegemony in the entire Western Hemisphere and especially in Latin America. And Trump is very clear that he wants to steal the natural resources of countries in the region so U.S. corporations can exploit those resources and make lots and lots of money.
Venezuela. How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door.
And in these flagrant attacks on the sovereignty of Latin America, Trump has three main goals. One, he wants to exploit the natural resources of the region, including oil and natural gas and gold and other minerals and agriculture and water. With climate change, water is going to become more and more important. So Trump wants U.S. corporations to take over those natural resources so his billionaire friends can profit. That's the first goal. Number two is the Trump administration wants to prevent all governments in the region from having close ties with China and also Russia and Iran, but especially China. China has become the number one trading partner of South America. So Trump is desperate to cut off China in this new Cold War that the U.S. is waging. And then finally, the third goal, which is related to the first two, of course, is to remove all left-wing governments in the region. And right now, it just so happens that the majority of the governments in the region are led by left-wing leaders. And Trump wants to have more right-wing leaders in the region who will obediently serve U.S. interests, like Javier Milei in Argentina, like Daniel Noboa in Ecuador, like Nayib Bukele in El Salvador. And it's not a coincidence that these are the closest U.S. allies in the region. And just like in the first Cold War, Latin America was dominated by right-wing dictatorships. The vast majority of countries were not democracies. They were U.S.-backed puppet dictatorships. And essentially, this is what the U.S. empire wants to go back to today. These are the imperial goals of Trump's neo-colonial war on Latin America. And certainly this did not start with Trump. This goes back hundreds of years, but Trump has taken it to a whole new level. So today I'm going to be talking about the Trump administration's war on Latin America. And speaking of natural resources, let's talk about the U.S. war on Venezuela. Now, Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world, and the Financial Times published an article based on interviews with top U.S. officials, and they admitted that the goal of the U.S. war on Venezuela is regime change. They want to overthrow Venezuela's independent left-wing government and install a right-wing U.S. puppet regime. Now, Trump claims that supposedly he's attacking Venezuela to stop the flow of drugs into the U.S. using war on drugs rhetoric. That's completely false. That's just the cynical excuse that the U.S. government is using to wage these wars of aggression in Latin America. The Financial Times admitted, quote, "The priority now is to force the departure of top Venezuelan government officials," end quote. And they made it clear that the Trump administration is making plans to potentially kill Venezuela's constitutional president, Nicolas Maduro. The Financial Times noted that there is the, quote, "clear threat that if Maduro and his inner circle cling to power, the Americans may use targeted military force to capture or kill them," end quote. So this is blatant neo-colonialism like we saw in the 19th century. And the U.S. empire has two main goals other than overthrowing the Venezuelan government. First, the U.S. wants to exploit Venezuela's plentiful natural resources. And second, the U.S. wants to prevent China, Russia, and Iran from having allies in Latin America. I'm reading here from the Financial Times, quote, "At stake in Venezuela are the world's largest proven oil reserves and valuable deposits of gold, diamonds, and coltan. A U.S. ally in the last century, the South American nation moved into the orbit of Russia, China, and Iran under Hugo Chavez, the ex-army officer who led a Bolivarian socialist revolution from 1999, end quote. The FT, of course, did not mention that Chavez was democratically elected, like his successor, Nicolas Maduro. And the U.S. government has a long history of carrying out coups in Latin America to overthrow democratically elected leaders. And we see that happening once again today in Venezuela. The Financial Times also quoted an anonymous American businessman with interests in Venezuela, and he has been communicating with Trump, and he told the FT, quote, "What Trump wants in Venezuela is oil, minerals, and gold. He wants U.S. companies down there investing," end quote. So once again, this is a blatant colonial resource grab. The Financial Times quoted a very wealthy right-wing Venezuelan opposition figure who's very close to the Trump administration, and she admitted that, quote, "The plan now is a capture of Nicolas Maduro, capture, kill, or capture, arrest, and take him out one way or another," end quote. So the strategy is for the U.S. empire to do either what it did to Panama in 1989, in which the U.S. invaded Panama and overthrew its government and arrested its leader. Or the other option is the U.S. war against Libya in 2011, in which the U.S. killed Libya's leader, Muammar Gaddafi, and collapsed the state. And still today, 14 years later, Libya is a failed state that has been in a constant state of civil war. And to oversee the U.S. war on Venezuela, it's not only Donald Trump, but it's Marco Rubio who is leading the charge, according to the Financial Times. Marco Rubio is simultaneously serving as both the Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor. And Rubio is a lifelong neoconservative war hawk from Florida, and his entire political career has been dedicated to trying to overthrow the socialist governments in Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. This is his personal lifelong obsession. And back during Trump's first presidential term, in 2019, Trump launched another coup attempt in Venezuela. This failed, but during that previous coup attempt, in which the U.S. appointed the little-known right-wing opposition politician Juan Guaido as the fake so-called interim president of Venezuela, despite the fact that he never participated in a presidential election. Well, during that coup attempt, Marco Rubio had been lobbying the Trump administration to launch a military invasion of Venezuela to kill President Maduro. And now, of course, Rubio is the second most powerful person in the U.S. government after Trump in his second term. And Rubio is carrying out what he's been calling for years, which is a military war on Venezuela to overthrow Venezuela's constitutional, internationally recognized government and install a puppet regime. And in fact, some of Trump's close political allies are proud of the fact that this is a colonial war. On Fox News, the neoconservative Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who's a close Trump ally, and the Fox News host Sean Hannity, and Trump is a huge fan of Sean Hannity and often watches his show and talks about how much he likes Hannity. Well, in a Fox News segment, they floated the idea that the U.S. government should colonize Venezuela and turn it into the 51st state. So again, I repeat, this is 19th century style colonialism.
I had a chat with you this weekend, and I thought you had a pretty darn good idea. And you said you were going to share it with the president. I want to know if you did. And that is this opposition leader in Venezuela that won the Nobel Prize that said it really deserved to go to Donald Trump. Sounds like a pretty good leader to me for the people of Venezuela. And the end of narco-terrorism and a better relationship with the U.S. Or if they choose maybe the 51st state, I don't know.
Sounds good to me.
Now, as part of this colonial war in Venezuela, the Trump administration has carried out numerous attacks, not only in the Caribbean, but also now in the Pacific. the U.S. military has bombed numerous boats and killed dozens of people without trial, including not only Venezuelans, but also Colombians and poor fishermen from Caribbean countries like Trinidad and Tobago. There is no evidence whatsoever that these were drug traffickers. That is the claim that the Trump administration is making without any evidence whatsoever. That is the excuse they're using to justify waging this colonial war in Latin America. And one of the few leaders in the region who has been bravely speaking out against the U.S. war is Colombia's president, Gustavo Petro. He has warned that the U.S. government is threatening to drag the entire region into a larger conflict and set Latin America on fire. And in response, the Trump administration has expanded its war that started on Venezuela, and now the Trump administration is also targeting Colombia. And the U.S. Treasury has imposed sanctions on the democratically elected sitting president of Colombia, Gustavo Petro. This is a blatant violation of the sovereignty of Colombia and its elected government. And this came after an angry post that Trump posted on his Twitter copy website, Truth Social, in which he attacked Colombia's president and he repeatedly misspelled the name of the country. It's Colombia with an O, but Trump repeatedly wrote Columbia with a U, like the university in New York City. And while misspelling the name of the country, Trump falsely claimed without any evidence that supposedly Petro is a, quote, illegal drug leader, end quote. This is completely false, and this is a blatant attack, once again, on the democratically elected sitting president of a foreign country. This is blatant imperialism. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who's a billionaire hedge fund manager from Wall Street, he falsely claimed, this is completely false. He said, since President Gustavo Petro came to power, cocaine production in Colombia has exploded to record high rates. That is a blatant lie. Independent experts have in fact shown that cocaine production has fallen under President Petro. And he pointed out on Twitter that what the U.S. Treasury is saying is a lie. Coca leaf cultivation under his government has been falling. He reduced rates from 13% in 2022 to 9% in 2023 to 3% in 2024. And he noted that, on the contrary, his government has seized more cocaine than in the entire history of the world. In fact, cocaine production grew very significantly in Colombia under the previous right-wing president, Iván Duque, who was a close U.S. ally and a personal friend of Donald Trump. And in fact, during Trump's first term, Iván Duque's government in Colombia played a key role in the coup attempt in neighboring Venezuela. Juan Guaidó, the U.S.-backed coup leader, was working in Colombia, carrying out operations to try to overthrow the Venezuelan government. And in May 2020, there was a botched invasion of Venezuela carried out by mercenaries who were trained by U.S. Army Special Operations Forces in northern Colombia. And they traveled from Colombia into Venezuela as part of this U.S.-backed failed invasion to try to overthrow the government of Nicolás Maduro. In fact, if you know anything about the recent history of politics in Colombia, you would know that the worst drug dealers in the country have always been the closest U.S. allies, including, for instance, the right-wing former president Álvaro Uribe, one of the closest U.S. allies in all of Latin America. U.S. intelligence agencies have known for decades that he is a drug trafficker who is a close personal friend of Pablo Escobar and worked closely with the notorious Medellin cartel. But because Uribe is a right-wing multimillionaire oligarch who's extremely anti-communist and very anti-Cuba, anti-Venezuela, and anti-Nicaragua, this drug leader has been one of the closest, most obedient U.S. allies in Latin America. And in fact, at the same time that the Trump administration is waging war on Venezuela and now a political war on Colombia based on false claims that it's a war on drugs. Meanwhile, Marco Rubio has been openly praising Álvaro Uribe, one of the worst drug traffickers in the history of Latin America. And on the 21st of October, Rubio published a tweet praising Uribe and thanking the Colombian judicial system for not imprisoning this corrupt drug trafficking criminal. And then back in July, when the Trump administration started this new coup attempt in Venezuela in this war, Rubio published another tweet praising this drug trafficking criminal, Uribe, and he claimed that, quote, former Colombian President Uribe's only crime has been to tirelessly fight and defend his homeland, end quote. This is completely absurd. The U.S. government has known for decades, according to declassified U.S. cables, that Uribe is a drug lord who works closely with cartels. And we've also known for decades that Uribe has worked closely with right-wing death squads in Colombia who have killed left-wing leaders and labor leaders and land defenders and indigenous leaders on behalf of large corporations who want to get access to land and resources in Colombia, and they want to kick the poor and indigenous people living off that land, and they use violence, and they use death squads and paramilitary groups, which have been closely linked to Uribe and his criminal gang, which again are the closest U.S. allies in Latin America. And in fact, one of the family ranches of Uribe was used as a base for a death squad. We've known this all for decades. He's one of the worst criminals in Latin America. So this war that Donald Trump is waging on Latin America has nothing to do with drugs. The so-called war on drugs was always a cynical excuse used by the U.S. empire to justify interfering in the internal affairs of foreign countries. And we see the same thing happening again today. And I have to add an interesting little note here, which is that apparently President Gustavo Petro of Colombia agrees with me, because this is something that I tweeted. I said the blatant attack on Colombia's sovereignty has nothing to do with drugs and everything to do with imperialism. And Gustavo Petro followed me on Twitter and he retweeted this tweet, which apparently means that he agrees, at least partially, with this analysis that I'm making today, which is that the Trump administration is using the so-called war on drugs as a cynical excuse in order to wage a neo-colonial war on Latin America to try to reimpose hegemony in the Western Hemisphere. And the U.S. empire sees Gustavo Petro as a threat to U.S. dominance in the region because historically, Colombia was the single most important U.S. ally in Latin America. And under Gustavo Petro, who is the first ever left-wing president of Colombia, the country has been pursuing a more independent foreign policy. And in fact, under the leadership of Gustavo Petro, Colombia has now boosted its ties with China and has joined China's global infrastructure project, the Belt and Road Initiative. This has terrified the U.S. empire, and hawkish U.S. think tanks are warning that China's influence in Latin America is growing, and this is one of the main reasons why the Trump administration is being so aggressive in Latin America, trying to recolonize the region. And essentially what the Trump administration is telling the region is that it cannot have close relations with China and also Russia and Iran. Now, during the first Cold War, China did not really have relations with most countries in Latin America. However, in the past 20 years, China's economic relations with Latin America have grown significantly. And in fact, today, China is now the #1 trading partner of South America and Central America. Now, there are a few exceptions to this. One is, of course, Mexico, which is the southern neighbor of the U.S., and over 80% of Mexico's exports go to the U.S. They have a free trade agreement. So Mexico is kind of an outlier. But if you exclude Mexico, Latin America's largest trading partner is China. If you look at South America, China is already the #1 trading partner of Brazil, Venezuela, Peru, Chile, Argentina, Bolivia. But Colombia still does more trade with the U.S. because historically, Colombia was dominated by these right-wing oligarchs who were very corrupt and linked to drug trafficking, but they made sure that everything in the Colombian economy revolved around exporting to the U.S. and buying imports from the U.S. Well, that situation has been changing, and it's likely that if Colombia goes in a more independent direction, in a few years, China will be the #1 trading partner of Colombia, as well, which is another reason why the Trump administration is being so aggressive against Colombia, because the U.S. wants to meddle in Colombia's internal affairs, because an election in Colombia is coming up in May of 2026, in just several months, and the Trump administration is desperate to put back in power a right-wing, multimillionaire, oligarchic puppet who will serve U.S. interests at the expense of the Colombian people, and of course the interests of U.S. corporations who want to exploit the resources of the countries in the region. Like Venezuela, Colombia has a lot of natural resources, and it's a major producer of oil. So Trump is blatantly meddling in Colombia's internal affairs as its election comes up in several months, and he's sending a message to not only politicians in Colombia, but across Latin America, that if you don't obediently do what the U.S. empire wants, the U.S. will impose sanctions on you, try to carry out a regime change operation, or even militarily attack you and threaten to kill you, like what Trump is doing to Venezuela right now. And what all of this shows is how the Trump administration is bringing back a colonial doctrine that is more than 200 years old. We're talking about the Monroe Doctrine, which was declared in 1823, in which the U.S. empire, which was just starting to expand at the time, essentially declared that all of Latin America was its imperial backyard, in scare quotes. And the Wall Street Journal published a very interesting article based on interviews with top U.S. government officials who are referring to this as the Monroe Doctrine. This is how the Wall Street Journal described this colonial Monroe Doctrine: treating the Western Hemisphere, quote, as an extension of the U.S. homeland where Washington will act unilaterally to root out perceived enemies. Loyalty is rewarded and defiance can carry a price, end quote. And this is exactly what we've seen. Argentina's right-wing libertarian president Javier Milei is an obedient U.S. puppet, and the Trump administration is giving him $40 billion to try to save him to meddle in Argentina's elections. But then independent leaders who stand up to the U.S. empire and who defend their country's sovereignty face severe punishment. So the U.S. is trying to kill the Venezuelan president, Nicolás Maduro, and the U.S. just imposed sanctions on Colombia's president, Gustavo Petro. So this is what U.S. government officials refer to as the Monroe Doctrine. And the Wall Street Journal noted that U.S. Southern Command, which is the part of the U.S. military that oversees operations in Latin America, Southern Command, or Southcom, has found itself on the front line with more resources and a vastly expanded mission. And this report noted that half of the countries visited so far by Secretary of State Marco Rubio have been in Latin America and the Caribbean. And in fact, the first trip that Marco Rubio took abroad as Secretary of State was to Panama, where he threatened Panama. He visited the Panama Canal and said that the U.S. wants to take it over. And the Trump administration forced Panama to withdraw from China's global infrastructure project, the Belt and Road Initiative, which they're now trying to force other countries in Latin America to leave as well. And so-called defense secretary, although he actually renamed himself the war secretary, Pete Hegseth, has rebranded Trump's slogan of America First and made it the Americas First. So their goal is to impose control over all of the Americas, from Canada in North America, which Trump jokes about making the 51st U.S. state, down to the southern tip of South America in Argentina. And the Wall Street Journal interviewed Steve Bannon, a close Trump ally who was actually the CEO of Trump's previous presidential campaign. And then in 2017, Bannon served as Trump's top advisor. And Bannon referred to this proudly as Monroe 2.0. So this is just neocolonialism, colonialism 2.0. And Bannon argued that it's actually easier to sell this war in Latin America to the so-called America First base, these MAGA Republicans, rather than the non-stop U.S. wars in the Middle East, in West Asia. So what Bannon is admitting is that the MAGA Republicans are not anti-war. They're not anti-interventionist. They are completely pro-imperialist and colonialist. They simply want to change the target. And instead of war on Russia, they want war on Latin America. And the Wall Street Journal pointed out this is not new. During Trump's first term as president, top U.S. officials invoked the colonial Monroe Doctrine in order to justify coup attempts in Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. This included Trump's neoconservative national security advisor, John Bolton, a neoconservative war hawk who was one of the architects of the Iraq War in the George W. Bush administration, and also Trump's CIA director turned Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. Both of those neocons invoked the Monroe Doctrine during the coup attempt that Trump carried out during his first term against Venezuela. And in fact, John Bolton boasted on CNN that it was a coup attempt.
One doesn't have to be brilliant to attempt a coup.
I disagree with that. As somebody who has helped plan coup d'etat, not here, but other places, it takes a lot of work.
I do want to ask a follow-up. When we were talking about what is capable, what you need to do to be able to plan a coup, and you cited your expertise having planned coups.
I'm not going to get into the specifics, but
successful coups.
Well, I wrote about Venezuela in the book, and it turned out not to be successful. Not that we had all that much to do with it, but I saw what it took for an opposition to try and overturn an illegally elected president, and they failed. The notion that Donald Trump was half as competent as the Venezuelan opposition is laughable. But I think there's another...
I feel like there's other stuff you're not telling me, though.
I'm sure there is.
So the Wall Street Journal has described Trump's war on Latin America as his new war on terror, in scare quotes. And just like the first so-called war on terror, this is also a cynical imperial war based on lies. It's not actually about terror. Like the war on drugs was not actually about drugs. This is about imperialism. And the Wall Street Journal pointed out that Trump has also been rewarding obedient U.S. puppets in Latin America, like, for instance, El Salvador's right-wing leader, Nayib Bukele, and Argentina's U.S. puppet leader, Javier Milei. And I was surprised to see that the Wall Street Journal even quoted part of the speech that was given by Bolivia's left-wing president, Luis Arce, at the United Nations General Assembly this year, 2025, in which he warned of the return of Monroeism that, quote, asserts that the Americas belong to the North Americans, creating conditions for a new moment of neo-colonialism, end quote. That was the warning made by Bolivia's president, Luis Arce. And of course, in 2019, the first Trump administration backed a violent coup in Bolivia that overthrew Bolivia's democratically elected socialist president, Evo Morales. And on the subject of the U.S. attacks on Latin America, I have to say the Financial Times published another article that was quite good, that described how Trump is bringing back colonial gunboat diplomacy in his attacks on not only Venezuela, but other countries in the region. This article pointed out that the CIA has carried out coups in Latin America against democratically elected left-wing leaders like Guatemala's president, Jacobo Arbenz, in 1954, and there are dozens of other examples. And this FT article acknowledged that the CIA tried to assassinate Cuba's revolutionary leader, Fidel Castro, and according to declassified U.S. government documents, the U.S. empire tried to kill Castro 638 times, which is the most assassination attempts against a single person in the history of the world, at least for which we have documents. So this is the reign of terror that the U.S. empire has carried out in Latin America. And the Financial Times cited research done by a historian at Columbia University in New York, who found that between 1898 and 1994, the U.S. constantly intervened in Latin America and overthrew at least 41 governments in 100 years. And since 1994, the U.S. interventions in Latin America have only increased. In fact, according to data published by the U.S. government, the U.S. military has intervened in every single country in Latin America except French Guiana, which is a French colony located in the northern part of South America. But the U.S. military has been engaged nonstop in this region for centuries, and the U.S. military has invaded many countries, including within recent memory, Panama and Grenada And basically Nicaragua, the CIA carried out a terror war on Nicaragua in the 1980s, like the terror war we see being carried out against Venezuela today. The Financial Times also importantly pointed out that in the 1840s, U.S. colonialists invaded Mexico in a war of aggression, and the U.S. empire stole half of Mexico's territory. They colonized the northern half of Mexico, including the present-day U.S. states of California, Arizona, Texas, Nevada, Utah, and New Mexico. That's why it's called New Mexico, because it was part of Old Mexico until the U.S. colonial war of aggression against Mexico from 1846 to 1848. The Financial Times also admitted that the U.S. military occupied numerous countries in Central America and the Caribbean during the so-called Banana Wars, in which the U.S. government was acting on behalf of U.S. corporations like the United Fruit Company, now known as Chiquita, or Standard Fruit, now known as Dole. So there's a long history of blatant U.S. imperialism in Latin America. And Trump's war in Venezuela directly mirrors that colonial history. The Financial Times pointed out that the Trump administration has three main goals in this colonial war in Venezuela. Those are the goals I talked about earlier. I think this is correct analysis. One, Trump wants to overthrow Maduro's independent left-wing government. Two, Trump wants U.S. companies to take over Venezuela's oil and other natural resources. And three, Trump wants to kick out China and Russia from Latin America and prevent countries in the region from having their own independent foreign policy and having their own consensual relations with China and Russia. As the Financial Times put it, quote, Trump has made no secret of his desire to push Beijing out of a region he sees as a sphere of U.S. influence, end quote. And this article pointed out that it's not a coincidence that Trump's biggest role model was the ardent imperialist William McKinley. And as president of the U.S. at the end of the 19th century, McKinley vastly expanded the U.S. empire. He colonized Hawaii, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, and Cuba, and he set the stage for building the Panama Canal, which was previously U.S. colonial territory in Panama. And Trump is proud of the fact that he admires McKinley and wants to recreate McKinley's colonial policies in Latin America. And the day that Trump entered office for his second term as president, he signed an executive order titled Restoring Names That Honor American Greatness. And the first name that Trump mentioned in this executive order was the colonialist William McKinley. And he praised him not only for imposing tariffs, Trump is imposing tariffs in countries all around the world, but also Trump praised McKinley because he oversaw a, quote, expansion of territorial gains for the nation, end quote. And this is something that Trump has repeatedly promised. He told his supporters that he's going to physically expand the territory of the U.S. empire, and in particular, he wants to colonize parts of Latin America.
The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we may be a very substantially enlarged country in the not too distant. Isn't it nice to see, for years, for decades, we're the same size to the square foot, probably got smaller, actually, but we might be an enlarged country pretty soon. And one of the things we're going to be doing is drill, baby, drill.
And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars.
So Trump is proud of the fact that he's a colonialist. Now, all U.S. presidents are war criminals and imperialists. This is not new. This is true for both Republicans and Democrats. But as I often repeat, the difference with Trump is he doesn't hide it. He doesn't use this propaganda rhetoric about democracy and human rights. He says the quiet part loud. Trump has taken the mask off of the US empire and shown its true ugly face, which is one based on war, exploitation, and imperialism. This is why he renamed the so-called Department of Defense the Department of War. He's proud of the fact that he's a warmongering imperialist. So again, to conclude, if you want to understand what Trump is actually doing in Latin America, it has nothing to do with drugs. The US has historically been closely allied with the worst drug dealers in Latin America. In reality, this is about imposing the hegemony of the US empire in Latin America, turning all of the Western Hemisphere into an imperial so-called sphere of influence, bringing back the colonial Monroe Doctrine, overthrowing independent left-wing leaders in the region, and putting obedient right-wing oligarchic puppets in power who will allow U.S. corporations to exploit the natural resources and labor of the region. On that note, I'm going to conclude.
My dear friends, the West's position continues to rapidly worsen both on the battlefield in Ukraine and in the context of the economic war. And this fact poses a significant risk to all mankind. The concept of the collective West is increasingly being absorbed into the internal contradictions of its member countries. For example, it's no secret that the main goal of the United States is not only the weakening of China and Russia, but also the complete destruction of the European Union. Turkey, as always, is trying to sit on two chairs at once, maintaining friendly ties with Moscow and allied relations with the collective West. Hungary and Slovakia continue to act against anti-Russian sanctions, demanding guarantees of energy security from the European Union. And Germany, supplying Ukraine with heavy weapons and equipment, continues to pay huge money for Russian oil and gas to so-called intermediaries. In this regard, it is becoming increasingly difficult for Western countries to impose new effective sanctions against Russia. Meanwhile, on the other side of the planet, a much more cohesive collective East continues to form and strengthen in the face of Russia, China, and India. By the way, starting in 2022, China and India, despite unprecedented pressure from the West, never supported anti-Russian sanctions. Moreover, given the new stage of the economic war, when the West openly declares that sanctions and 100% duty should weaken and destroy the economies of those countries that cooperate with Moscow, China and India not only refuse to support anti-Russian sanctions, but also prepare a retaliatory blow to the collective West, in the form of harsh restrictions, that Western countries can hardly to endure. As it turned out, Russia, China, and India possess numerous powerful levers of pressure that can be used as economic sanctions against Western countries. My loyal and old subscribers remember perfectly well that in April 2022, I posted a video on this channel where I made a detailed analysis of Russia's reaction to Western sanctions. In that video, I noted that Russia has decided to limit the export of inert gases, which the West uses to produce all its electronics. The West will have to spend decades replacing the export of Russian inert gases. And this is against the backdrop of the fact that, as of October 2025, Western countries have stockpiles of components for only 6 months. Thus, it is safe to say that by 2026, Western countries will face significant challenges in the production of electronics. Russia has also decided to sell its energy resources for rubles. That measure also cost Western countries the loss of some of their production and the rapid growth of tariffs. As a result, gas prices have risen to record levels, even in the United States. And this is despite the fact that Russia has never supplied its liquefied natural gas to the United States. The fact is that the US government has to supply American gas to Europe at the expense of its own citizens, creating a shortage in the domestic market. Seeing all this, it becomes clear that even these measures are quite enough for the Western economy to suffer significant damage. Already now, Western countries, left without cheap and high-quality energy resources, are suffering from a shortage of components for most of their industries. Furthermore, after India and China decided to join Russia in the economic war against the West, the economic survey of Europe and the United States also deteriorated significantly. China and India's decision to join Russia in an economic war against the West is understandable. The fact is that throughout their history, the populations of these countries have regularly suffered from the West's actions. Furthermore, Washington does not even hide the fact that China is the main enemy of the United States. In addition, a few days ago, the North Atlantic Alliance even introduced China to the list of its main enemies, along with Russia. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte even said that China's military and economic development undermines democratic values around the world. Thus, as you can see, it was the aggressive actions of the West, led by the United States, that provoked the creation of a collective East, making it clear to Russia, China, and India that they have one common enemy in the face of the West. My loyal subscribers, who regularly watch all my videos, are already well aware of the methods by which Russia is waging an economic war against the collective West. Well, in this video, I will tell you in detail what surprises India and China have prepared for the West in their joint fight against Europe and the United States in the economic war. So, a few days ago, it became known that the Chinese authorities are preparing to restrict the sale of rare earth metals to the United States. Today, the Chinese own about 90% of the market for these metals. And these metals are mainly used in the production of new military equipment, missiles, tanks, airplanes, and even communication systems. Furthermore, in early October of this year, American military experts and analysts from Fox News officially admitted that F-35 fighter jets, M1 Abrams tanks, and surface-to-air missiles are made of these rare earth metals. According to them, China's monopoly on rare earth metals threatens the United States' national security. It has long been obvious to many that arms supplies to the Kiev regime are carried out not so much to support Ukrainian democracy, as to ensure that European countries continue to order new weapons from the United States, in exchange for what they already sent to the Ukrainian Nazis. And this fact has already enriched the US military-industrial complex by several $100 billion. For example, Poland handed over a couple of hundred old tanks to Ukraine, and signed a contract with the United States for the supply of new Abrams tanks. However, how will the Americans be able to produce these Abrams tanks if China completely stops exporting rare earth metals? According to American experts, the United States still has reserves of rare earth metals. However, unfortunately for the United States, this reserve will only last for a year. Yes, the United States has its own rare earth metals, but they still need to be mined. And this means that the Americans need to invest in the extraction of these rare earth metals. However, unfortunately, there is no money in the budget for this. The United States has a very expensive labor force, and most importantly, it will take decades for Washington to start producing its own rare earth metals. Meanwhile, India recently announced that it would ban the exports of not only wheat, but also sugar. Moreover, New Delhi has also begun discussing a possible ban on rice export. This decision by India shocked the West, as Western countries that had imposed sanctions on Russia hoped that New Delhi would replace Moscow with supplies. However, quite the opposite has happened. India not only decided not to feed Europe, but also announced its intention to double its imports of Russian oil. Yes, the very Russian oil that the Europeans proudly abandoned, depriving themselves of diesel fuel for tractors and vehicles, delivering food to hypermarkets in European cities. Thus, India delivered a double blow to the European Union. New Delhi not only purchased the Russian oil, meant for Europe, but also declined to supply food to Europeans. Well, my dear truth seekers, perhaps the term collective East still sounds a bit unusual. However, the common goal of Russia, China, and India to weaken the economy of the collective West, and possibly even destroy it, is already clearly visible. Obviously, without high-quality and inexpensive Russian inert gases and energy resources, without Chinese rare earth metals and food from India, the collective West will have a very difficult time in the coming years. Furthermore, all this is happening against the background of an intensifying food and energy crisis, when food and energy are already scarce in all economic zones of our planet. Thus, it is safe to say that Russia, China, and India have chosen a very positive moment to strike back. And if we compare the Western sanctions with Eastern ones, it becomes clear how ridiculous the disconnection of Russian banks from SWIFT looks against the backdrop of shortages, rising prices, and impending famine in the West. By the way, the so-called leaders of the Western world have already forced Western citizens to feel all the negative consequences of the economic war against Russia, China, and India. For example, the Polish authorities allowed their citizens to collect firewood because of the embargo on the supply of coal from Russia. The French authorities have urged residents of large French cities not to use air conditioners too often in the summer. And the German authorities will oblige their citizens to slow down on autobahns in order to use less gasoline. Furthermore, some European politicians even encourage Europeans to reduce their water usage by heating the kettle less, refraining from taking showers, and not flushing the toilet bowl. And this is just the beginning of the big problems. If the situation does not change and continues to deteriorate, then in 10-15 years, the West will find itself in the 19th century. People in the West will be forced to heat their homes with dead wood. Left without rare earth metals, people will be forced to hunt with slingshots. In Europe, they will be forced to pray to the god of the wind, so that he at least sometimes continues to turn on wind turbines. And when the remnants of electronic components run out, the Western economy will finally cease to exist. It is obvious that the next generation of people will never forgive their ancestors, who, when imposing sanctions against Russia, clearly did not understand that the effect of these sanctions would work in both directions. Well, my dear truth seekers, what I have told you is the best thing that can happen. Unfortunately, given the inadequacy of Western leaders, there is a high probability that they would rather unleash World War III and destroy the planet, than allow themselves to lose both, in the economic war and on the battlefield in Ukraine.
On August 31st, inside a luxury 5-star hotel in Bangladesh, an American citizen was found dead under mysterious circumstances. His name, Terence Arvale Jackson. And what began as a local tragedy has now spiraled into a geopolitical mystery. Social media is exploding with speculation. Some claim a dark conspiracy was underway, one targeting India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and even Russia. Others allege Jackson was a CIA operative, eliminated by Russian intelligence in a secret operation. To be clear, these claims are unverified. But what is confirmed, an American national died mysteriously on Bangladeshi soil, and what followed stunned the region. Here's why. On that same day, August 31st, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was on an official visit to China for the SCO summit. A day later, Russian President Vladimir Putin broke all diplomatic protocol to personally drive Modi from his hotel in Tianjin. That moment, broadcast worldwide, raised eyebrows. Observers began to wonder, was Putin protecting Modi? And was the incident in Bangladesh connected? Soon, after the death of Terence Jackson became the center of intense online debate, several users claimed that Jackson was part of a covert US network operating in Bangladesh, allegedly plotting against India, Russia, or both. Some reports suggest Jackson had links to US Special Forces, but the most suspicious part, his body was handed over to the US Embassy without a post-mortem or any formal investigation. That single act set off alarm bells across South Asia. Indian intelligence agencies are now seeking answers. Who was Terence Jackson really? Who did he meet in Bangladesh? And what was his mission there? Reports indicate Indian agencies believe he might have been operating near the Bangladesh-Myanmar border, an area sensitive to India's security interests. There are concerns he could have been building networks to destabilize India's northeastern states, a region already on high alert due to insurgent activity and refugee movements. It doesn't end there. Just days after Jackson's death, Bangladesh saw another strange event, a massive fire at Dhaka International Airport. The blaze destroyed equipment meant for Russia's Rupur nuclear power plant, one of Moscow's biggest energy projects in South Asia. The losses were significant, and the timing highly suspicious. Could it be connected to Jackson's activities, or was it part of a wider intelligence battle between Washington and Moscow, with Dhaka caught in the middle? To understand this tangled web, we need to rewind a bit. Before Jackson's death, former US Ambassador Peter Haas had made 6 visits to Bangladesh within a year. On August 5th, Haas reportedly met leaders of groups active in the country's recent political movements. Where did that meeting happen? Cox's Bazar, home to the world's largest Rohingya refugee camp. And that's important because the Rohingya issue sits at the intersection of Bangladesh, Myanmar, India, and US regional strategy. Adding to the intrigue, American military personnel were reportedly spotted in Chittagong, Bangladesh's key port city. Together, they appear to be quietly building an intelligence network, possibly under the cover of training or aid operations. Jackson's death may have silenced one operator, but intelligence circles believe his team could still be active in the country. And as investigators piece together this mystery, one pattern emerges: a growing shadow war of influence in South Asia. On one side, the United States, expanding its presence across the Bay of Bengal. On the other, Russia and India, deepening strategic ties through defense and nuclear cooperation. Bangladesh now finds itself walking a tightrope between competing powers. What exactly happened inside that Dhaka hotel room on August 31st remains unknown. But what's clear is that Terence Arvale Jackson's death has triggered a series of questions that go far beyond Bangladesh. Was this just a tragic death abroad, or the tip of an unseen geopolitical operation involving spy networks, rare earth politics, and greater power play? For now, all we have are rumors, coincidences, and silence. But as intelligence agencies dig deeper, the truth behind the mystery in Dhaka may not stay buried for long. Bureau Report, India Today Global.
Well, my dear truth seekers, it has already been 24 hours since Russian President Vladimir Putin officially announced the successful completion of state tests of the world's first nuclear-powered cruise missile Burevestnik, and the adoption of this unique rocket in the coming weeks. It is worth noting that the appearance of such a formidable and unique weapon in Russia caused a lively reaction among Western journalists, experts, and analysts. Furthermore, I noticed that after Vladimir Putin officially declared that Russia had become the only country in the world armed with a nuclear-powered cruise missile with an unlimited range, Western experts harshly criticized NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, and literally turned the head of the North Atlantic Alliance into an object of ridicule. The fact is that the day before Putin's important announcement about Russia's new unique missile, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, speaking at the next summit of the so-called Coalition of the Willing, said in all seriousness that Russia is rapidly running out of money and troops, and that Putin allegedly had no more ideas on how to defeat Ukraine. Mark Rutte's statement began to look especially ridiculous when, the next day, Vladimir Putin officially announced that Russia received the world's first nuclear-powered cruise missile Burevestnik, capable of easily destroying any target, anywhere in the world. According to Western experts, with such ridiculous statements about Russia, Mark Rutte has once again proved that the current NATO Secretary General is an ordinary propagandist, and understands nothing about both military affairs and the strategy of the alliance's opponents. Indeed, I also noticed that Mark Rutte behaves more like an ordinary propagandist than the head of the military bloc. He constantly repeats the words of Ukrainian propaganda about Russia, and tries to please not only Zelensky, but also his daddy in Washington. It appears quite embarrassing from an external perspective, as Mark Rutte's actions have once again demonstrated that the NATO Secretary General lacks his own opinion. By the way, a few hours ago, practically all Western analytical centers admitted that Burevestnik is capable of destroying not only all military bases in Britain, Germany, France, the United States, but also Australia. In particular, experts concluded that the cruise missile Burevestnik, fired from Russia, could easily destroy the main base of the U.S. Navy, Norfolk, located at a distance of 8,800 kilometers, as well as the American Pine Gap Satellite Reconnaissance Radar, near the Australian city of Alice Springs, located at a distance of 11,800 kilometers. Thus, experts have concluded that even if NATO's entire military potential is relocated to Australia, this will not save the North Atlantic Alliance from Russia's Burevestnik. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian army's position continues to deteriorate rapidly in all key directions of the front. Honestly, I was surprised that even such an ardent Russophobe and pro-Ukrainian journalist as Julian Roque recognized the deplorable situation of the Ukrainian troops at the front. In particular, this German journalist finally admitted that Ukraine had actually completely lost the strategically important city of Pokrovsk. According to him, Ukraine suffered huge losses in both manpower and equipment in Pokrovsk. At the same time, he noted that Zelensky himself, not the Ukrainian generals, is fully responsible for this disaster. The German journalist emphasizes that it is Zelensky who, for political reasons, continues to force Ukrainian troops to resist in Pokrovsk, as a result of which Ukraine loses several thousand soldiers every week. Thus, even such a pro-Ukrainian journalist as Julian Roque finally admitted that for the Kiev regime, led by Volodymyr Zelensky, the most important thing is ostentation and information PR, in order to prolong its own existence. And for this, these war criminals are ready to sacrifice all Ukrainians. Meanwhile, U.S. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna made a rather shocking statement. Furthermore, this statement once again proved that the head of the Kiev regime, Volodymyr Zelensky, is carefully planning his future escape from Ukraine, against the backdrop of the imminent victory of the Russian army. In particular, she officially confirmed that Zelensky transfers $50 million to one of the banks in Saudi Arabia each month. My dear friends, it is worth noting that this is not the first time that Western journalists and officials have officially confirmed Zelensky's manipulation of large amounts of money. And this is against the background of the fact that this bearded dwarf constantly complains about the lack of money in Ukraine and demands constant financial injections from his Western sponsors to defeat Russia. My friends, let me remind you that throughout the year, independent Western journalists managed to prove that starting in 2022, Zelensky, using shell companies and offshore accounts, made a number of serious purchases around the world. In particular, Zelensky bought a private bank in France for €1 billion. The largest platinum mine in South Africa for $2 billion. A luxury villa with an underground bunker on the island of billionaires, St. Barthélemy, for almost €20 million. A huge winery in Italy for €75 million. And several luxury properties in Switzerland. All this indicates that this white powder lover is counting on a luxurious and comfortable life after the end of this massacre in Ukraine. However, influential Russian deputy Anatoly Vazirman expressed confidence that after the end of the war, Zelensky would not be able to escape punishment and enjoy stolen blood money. According to him, Zelensky will be killed by the Ukrainians themselves. I am sure that the Ukrainians will not allow Zelensky to escape. Zelensky will be caught and executed in Kiev. It will be a real ideological moment for the entire Ukrainian people, Russian deputy Anatoly Vazirman said.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Daniel Davis Deep Dive Roadshow edition, coming to you this time from Boston, Massachusetts. The way the United States and the UK are both conducting themselves is dragging both of us down together, and many others in the circle with us who seem to be willingly piling on as we find out how far down we can go. And this whole Russia-Ukraine war is the crucible for this. Unfortunately, I don't think a lot of the people are aware of just how bad they're sounding and just how much damage they're doing to the relationship, the reputational relationship on the ground. And that's where we like to live. And the Daniel Davis Deep Dive is what's real on the ground. So let's jump right into it. First of all, let's go actually to Russia. President Trump said he has the biggest sanctions that he has done certainly in his second tenure here, and it's going to cause really big impact. So we claim on the Russian. There's been two big, their energy firms have been hit. The shadow fleet has been hit, and promise of more aid and other kinds of military lethal aid to the Ukraine side. And this is supposed to finally bring Russia to its heel. When you take a look at what the Russian president has had to say, not sure that he's buying it.
Regarding the new sanctions, first of all, there is nothing new here. Yes, of course, they are serious for us. That is clear. And they will have certain consequences. But they will not significantly affect our economic well-being. Well, it is known that during his first presidential term, President Trump introduced the largest number of sanctions that had ever been imposed against the Russian Federation up to that time. Today, they have, of course, two aspects, both purely political and economic. As for the political aspect, what is it about? It is, of course, an attempt to put pressure on Russia. But no self-respecting country and no self-respecting people ever make any decisions under pressure.
Like I've said many times, yes, you can understand that there's going to be pressure put on Russia. And yes, you can expect that whatever they say in response to any stimulus from the West, you have to take it with a grain of salt, if not strong level of uncertainty. Like, yeah, I'll believe that when I see it. That's healthy. I do that on every time. I always listen. But as I also tell you, it is important to listen to what people say, because you have to look at what is said, and then you have to look at what is true on the ground, and then obviously you follow out to find out what happens next. And you build up a track record, a good one or a bad one, depending on how things go in a consistent period over time. And what we have seen from the Russian side is that they do, on occasion, make some statements that turn out to be completely false. You may recall in the weeks and months leading up to the initial invasion in 2022, to this big buildup that had been going on for about the last 10 and 12 months before that time, that Russia kept saying over and over, we're not a threat to anybody. We're not going to invade anybody. And of course, they were building up, and that's exactly what they had planned to do. And that's exactly what they did. So there's that in that category. But by and large, especially when it comes to resolving this war, Russia has been pretty consistent. They've been incredibly consistent in saying what they will tolerate, what they won't. And I'm not talking about since 2022. I'm talking about since 2007, back at the Munich Security Conference and going forward. They have been resolute that NATO and Ukraine and Georgia is a no-go. It's a red line for which they would use military technical means, is the phrase that they used. And they made good on that. And ever since, even before the war started in 2021, they said these are the terms that we will not go to war on. And then once it did start, these are the terms we'll stop. And then they continued repeating variations of that all the way through to the current day. So they've been very consistent in what they've said right there. And it also passes the sniff test because it's logical and rational for them to want to do that. They have the military wherewithal to get it done. So when now then you see what is Putin saying after Trump puts these big sanctions on. Now, we certainly know that Trump's intent is to pressure Russia into, as the Europeans have said, as Zelensky keeps repeating ad nauseum, force them to the table to a just and lasting peace, which, of course, is defined by the West as capitulation. If Russia will just give up, and in fact, as Trump himself said a week or so ago, just quit fighting, just stop where you're at. Everybody keep what you got, go home. You see what Vladimir Putin has said.
Regarding the new sanctions, first of all, there is nothing new here. Yes, of course, they are serious for us. That is clear. And they will have certain consequences. But they will not significantly affect our economic well-being. Well, it is known that during his first presidential term, President Trump introduced the largest number of sanctions that had ever been imposed against the Russian Federation up to that time. Today, they have, of course, two aspects, both purely political and economic. As for the political aspect, what is it about? It is, of course, an attempt to put pressure on Russia. But no self-respecting country and no self-respecting people ever make any decisions under pressure.
So anytime you hear a statement from somebody, you have to say, okay, what is their track record? What do they often say? And then how do things work out? You also have to say, how does what they say in the moment stand up to the sniff test? And then you have to have a healthy amount of skepticism, especially if it's an adversary, somebody who wants you to believe a certain thing that would benefit them. You have to give a lot of skepticism to that. But what you got to also be careful to do is not just close your mind to it because somebody you don't like said it. If it happens to line up with something, if there happens to be a good track record, and that's what we have to understand here about President Putin, because there is certainly incentive to say, oh, these sanctions you just put on, those are nothing. They're not going to have any impact on us. We're going to weather those. That's just bravado that you would expect. You would never expect ever for any adversary to say, man, those sanctions they put on us, it suck, man. It's going to kill us. I don't know if we're going to survive this. Obviously, they would never say that. So you expect, I mean, look at Volodymyr Zelensky. He just reflexively says the sky is blue even under a thunderstorm or while he's under the ocean. More on him on another time. But this issue right here, President Putin has been saying nearly the same thing since 2007, that Ukraine inside of NATO is a red line for which they would use military force. They've said it all the way through. They've obviously demonstrated for the past closing in on 4 years now. So we can take him pretty much at his word on that. When he says we're going to fight for this, we'll die for this, you can believe that he's going to do it, especially and maybe even primarily when you see him put actions and deeds behind his words. When you see him manifest things on the ground, like an industrial base, like a pipeline for troops, like air power, drone power, ammunition quantities, missile batteries, new categories of long-range drones, etc., new electronic war. When you see them doing all these things that enable them to make good on these threats, you got to pay a little bit more attention. That's crucial. And what you heard Putin say there is that he admitted they're going to hurt. I'm not going to say they're nothing. They are something. They're going to cause some pain. But he also says we'll weather it. We've got some history here. And he didn't just go back to what Trump has done in the first part of this administration. He didn't even just go back to what the Biden administration had done. He went all the way back to the first Trump term. And hardly anybody thinks about that now because it's practically ancient history to most Westerners. But Trump put a huge number of sanctions on Russia during his time. And you hear him brag about how he gave lethal offensive weapons to Ukraine, whereas he always talks about Obama just gave him blankets and stuff. And he says, no, I gave them stingers and javelins and all kinds of other lethal military operations. The Russians are aware of that too. So they see all the stuff that Trump has done. They see everything that Biden had did. And then now they see what Trump is doing in the present time. And they conclude it's going to hurt. But they also said that we'll weather it. And then he says the other thing is self-evidently is true and is accurate, that you can hear this from Zelensky on a daily basis, from the European leaders on a daily basis, and now Trump here of late, that this is designed to compel and coerce Russia to have a just and lasting peace, something that the West wants. And they think that economic pressure, maybe that'll work where the military pressure can't or hasn't so far. Even though this is the 19th, or actually there have been 19 European packages before this. And now this one's overlaid on top of that one. And when all the 19 packages haven't brought Russia to their heel, when all the ones during the Trump administration before that didn't bring Russia to their heel, upon what rational basis would you suggest this one's going to work? So who do you want to trust in terms of what their words mean? And where do you want to put your money on what the outcome is going to be? The actual track record you have for a long time, or this unsubstantiated and utterly failed hope that this time, what has failed 19 straight times before, and really you can add 20 to the Trump term before that. So let's just stick with that number. In fact, let's add Trump on top of it. Let's say 22 rounds, 19 European, and now 2 Trumps. All of this stuff together. Everything up to this point has failed to coerce Russia to do what you want them to do. What do you think is going to happen this time? Where's your money going to be? I think you know. You know where my money's going to be. Well, that's not the end of Putin, because he also said, by the way, it's not just about what these sanctions are going to do to us. You might want to consider what they might do in reverse, the famous blowback.
The world economy is growing and energy consumption is increasing. So it is not possible to sharply increase production at once in the moment. And if the amount of our oil and petroleum products on the world market sharply decreases, prices will rise. And my American colleague and I also talked about this. What will this lead to? It will lead to a sharp increase in the cost of oil and petroleum products, including at gas stations. And the United States is no exception. And if we take into account the domestic political calendar in the same United States, it is clear how sensitive certain processes will be in this regard.
So sanctions are a two-edged sword. You wield it one way, it has impacts on the other side. We've already seen this since 2022. So many of the sanctions that we had, of these bone-crushing sanctions, they're going to destroy the Russian economy. Whose economy did they harm more? Not Russia's. Russia transitioned into a wartime economy, and they actually saw sustained growth up to about 4% in the last year, 2024. It's cooled considerably now because they're trying to get inflation under control and some other things. So now it's, I think, barely in the positive direction. It is still in the positive direction, but it's anemic from where it was. But they're weathering that storm. On the other side of that line, though, in the European side, they have not had any years at 4%. In fact, they're just stumbling along barely at plus territory. In some European states, they're below that. And one of the big reasons, energy inputs. Because instead of getting cheap Russian natural oil and gas, now then they've cut 80% of that off, and they've gotten it from, well, the United States. We're really kind to give them much more expensive LNG and other petroleum products at an inflated rate, and sure, we'll send that right along to them. So all the inputs to their economic activity is now going to cost more. Higher cost equals higher output too, and so that means your price is going to come down, or your revenue is going to come down, your profits are going to come down, and you have stunted or even negative economic growth. Not hard to figure out. That's just common sense. And so what Putin's trying to tell them here is that still, those dynamics still exist. And number one, he just said practically, you can't just suddenly cut off a huge portion of global oil transit because it's a global commodity. You can't just suddenly shut it off. And because you put these sanctions in, that tomorrow everyone's going to comply with it, and suddenly there's going to be this big drop off in a huge amount of oil. And where's it going to come from? Because it has to, these things have to have long lead times. And in fact, some of these sanctions do. When you look at some of the fine print, some of these things don't even go into effect until 2027. Some in 2026, depending on the categories. So a lot of this stuff is going to take time to unwind. So it's not going to happen overnight. And to find other alternatives, you have to have investment. So there's a lot of investment has to come. I mean, I'm talking even as simple as port facilities and transit facilities. Other ships have to be procured from other locations. I mean, this is a big moving piece here. This is not something you do on the fly. A stroke of a pen doesn't make this happen. And then there's the other issue. There's the oil price. And then he says, let's just say somehow you figured it out and you still got it cut off there. That's global commodity, means that the price here is the price relatively within a range somewhere else. So if about the time you want to get this thing unwound, you're going to be getting close to the midterms, which the president and his party want to win. And if all of a sudden the gas inputs are way more expensive here because all this Russian oil is off the market and they can't find buyers because you've sanctioned everybody and you've succeeded in getting anyone from buying it. So now, great, Russia's losing their income. Yay, that's happy for the people who want this to happen. What about the rest of us? And I'm talking about all the rest of us on the planet. Because now there's a dearth of oil that's not on the market that should be, so it's got to be made up somewhere else. So that means that suddenly the supply is out of whack with demand. Demand will be much higher, and what happens when demand is higher than supply? The price goes up. And you want that to happen at the pump right about the time you're going to the midterm, and you can count on your political opponents to tell everybody that the reason they're paying more at the price of the pump right now, and ergo for everything else in their life, is because of your policies. Is that a place? Is that a roll of the dice you want to make? Putin seems to be taunting him and going, I can weather it. We have a system of governments that we can tighten our belts if we have to. And historically, he's probably right. that Russians can suffer a lot throughout the centuries. They have shown an incredible capacity to suffer. Don't think you've seen that much in the United States or the West world at large since World War II, especially. We've kind of grown fat and happy and like, no, we want what we want today. We demand what we get right now. And I'm not sure that's a gamble you want to make, but it's one we have. And in fact, I don't even have to be a soothsayer here to try to figure that out, because it turns out that President Trump himself answered that question in a conference on, I believe it was the 23rd.
President Putin basically said today that Russia is immune from U.S. sanctions. He said that it would not impact the Russian economy in any serious way. Is he
Good.
wrong?
I'm glad he feels that way. That's good. I'll let you know about it in 6 months from now. Okay. Let's see how it all works out.
Okay. So let me just ask you a question here. Just between you and me. If you have to listen to Vladimir Putin or Donald Trump on what's going to happen 6 months from now in the international arena, given what you've known so far, whose hand do you want to put your future into in terms of who's going to be right on international affairs? Is it going to be the guy who's been in charge for 20-something years in Moscow, or is it going to be Donald Trump and his track record of vacillating and changing back and forth and being dramatically wrong on so many key issues and then not batting an eye and not even acknowledging it happened the next day? So he mocked him and is that joking, yeah, let's see where it is 6 months from now. That's a good idea. So this is October 24th, October, November, December, January, February, March, April. Okay, let's just put a little pin in our calendar here and come back on April 24th, 2026. And let's see. And I'm not just saying that. I'm actually going to do this. This video you're watching right now, we're going to play this on the 24th of April, and we'll see, good or bad. Who knows? Maybe I'll be shocked and surprised, and it turns out that Trump will have been right, and then we'll give him big congratulations. I rather doubt it. We'll see. Put your pen on that one too. One other thing that's not going to help Trump get to the 24th of April, and that is the fact that as he's talking all this big smack and all this pressure he's going to put on Russia, then he actually takes the pressure piece off the board, at least rhetorically, and that is the Tomahawk missiles. Now, there's been a lot of talk about whether he's going to put the Tomahawks in there. You may recall he boisterously said from Air Force One a week or so ago that, yeah, I might do that. If Putin doesn't do what I want, if he doesn't come to the table the way I want, yeah, I may give them to Ukraine. And then, of course, he turned around and said, once Zelensky got there, he said, yeah, we probably need those for ourselves. Well, he went a little bit further in this press conference here.
Well, the problem with the Tomahawk that a lot of people don't know, it'll take a minimum of 6 months, usually a year, to learn how to use them. They're highly complex. So the only way a Tomahawk is going to be shot is if we shot it, and we're not going to do that. And we know how to use it, and we're not going to be teaching other people. It's too far out into the future.
So he's just flat out saying there won't be any Tomahawks, there won't be any new long-range weapons. So the things that have an impact on the battlefield, he's just saying, yeah, that's not on there. That's not in the cards. We're not going to do that. The truth is that he was never going to do that. And as I was saying, even when people were talking about it and claiming that we should do it, I said it won't make any difference, because you don't understand how wars are fought. And you can look and see the thousands, tens of thousands of long-range drones and high-velocity missiles that the Russians have been firing, the glide bombs. I mean, thousands of them. And even though that causes a lot of damage to the Ukraine side, which is a much smaller country and a much smaller target set, and you can't spread things out that much, it is damaging, but it has not been crippling. It has not been debilitating. They can still survive the war. So the idea that even a handful of Tomahawks was ever going to change the tactical dynamic anywhere was always absurd. But now Trump's even rhetorically taken that off the table as well. And so you have him saying, we're going to try something that has failed for 22 straight rounds. We're going to try it again, see if maybe it works this time, but we're not going to do anything different on the ground. Then where is your confidence that you're going to mock Russia and say, yeah, we'll see where we are 6 months from now? So not sure how that's going to work out, but that's what we're going to be looking at here. So that didn't help his cause. Well, as I said at the outset here, this is an issue where you used to have the British Empire. The sun never sets on the British Empire, 17th, 18th centuries. They ruled the global commons. And now it's not so much. But if you listen to some British folks, you still think some of them may think that's a current situation here. Now, it's one thing if it's just kind of an eye-rolling situation where this is kind of ridiculous. but this is who you got here. But it's another thing if you believe what you're saying, because I promise you the other side is more than well aware of the power dynamics that exist in the globe today. But it doesn't seem like people in London are. This is from on the 20th of October, so a few days earlier, where you had the British Defense Secretary, John Healey, talk about how tough Ukraine, the UK is, and how scared Russia is of them.
A sight that I will never forget. That small group of Ukrainian service personnel joining our VE Day 80 parade. And as they marched with enormous pride down the Mall, they did so to deafening cheers and applause from both sides and from the platform that greeted them in front of Buckingham Palace. And that's why President Zelensky calls the UK his closest ally. It's also why Putin ranks Britain as his #1 enemy. And as his aggression grows, both in Ukraine and beyond, Britain and our NATO allies will stand more unified and stronger. And we will act. Within days of Russia's drone incursions into Poland, British Typhoon jets began flying air defense missions over Poland and the eastern flank. Within weeks, we will now start to produce jointly with Ukraine in the UK, Ukrainian Octopus interceptor drones. Within months, we will establish the new UK Drone Centre. And within this Parliament, we will double investment into drones and other autonomous systems to more than £4 billion.
Wow. Listen, you want to say that Russia, the biggest continental power in the world, and the largest nuclear stockpile in the world, ranks Britain as their #1 threat. That's what you believe? So you think that you're scared of Russia? Let's see. So you have some small number of nuclear weapons. If you're lucky and you work really hard, you might be able to scrape together one combat division, maybe. And they have no combat experience at all, so it's all theoretical. So they would be starting where Russia did in February of 2022. And that goes for all of us, by the way, our army included. We would all be starting from that point. Whereas the Russians aren't. If should, God forbid, we end up fighting them in a conventional or nuclear war, let's don't even go down that path here. But you think that you're scaring Russia? See, that's what worries me. He may actually believe that. He may think that, yes, that we're scaring them. And then he says we're going to put action to it. And what is the first action he says? That when there was alleged a handful of Russian non-armed drones that strayed into Polish territory or were diverted there from electronic warfare, we still don't know. Could have been either one. It's possible. Both are plausible. But they did fly in there. At least even that I say is alleged. We saw some wreckage on the ground and we were told that's what happened. But his comment here is there that immediately British fighter jets took to the skies. Well, that's scary. Against unarmed drones. Yeah, and did you shoot any down? Because one claim has that somebody, whether Britain or someone else, fired at one of these drones, missed and hit a building, hit a house, and that's what blew up one of the roofs that we saw, as opposed to an unarmed drone, which, according to Poland, is the only thing that entered. There was no armed drones that entered the country, so they've never explained how they claim a drone actually blew up on the house, etc. But be that as it may, that's your evidence, and then you want to say that we're going to increasing drone capabilities. We're going to open a joint training or a joint development center, et cetera. I.e., those are way off into the future. I think it's getting increasingly tenuous and difficult for Ukraine to even hang on another year, much less put some S at the end of that and just roll it off into the future, which is what it would take from here. And then the numbers are minuscule in comparison to how many the actual need are here. And that's what you want to brag about to people. Now that works at home. And if your only concern is we want to get more money for the defense industrial base, I guess that'll fly. It probably will, in fact, because most of the people, as we've heard from our good friend Ian Puttick and other folks who live in the UK, they confirm to us that this is almost all they hear on their media. So they believe it. And so when they see all this money being diverted away, Apparently, many of them believe that it is for a good cause and that they are that great, and it kind of feeds into your ego. It doesn't wash outside of the borders of the UK. It doesn't wash outside of the borders of the Western world. Maybe they self-congratulate each other on the inside, but it doesn't work outside those. Nobody's fooled by that. So when you're looking at now this combination of the 19th package of European sanctions, Trump's second package that he did from his first term, and now here, total of 22, adding Biden in and all that. It's just an embarrassment because it's all failed because of all of these things. And even in the years before that, going back to 2014, especially where another whole batch first came on Russia, we have taught them how to get by our sanctions. And now then one of the other things we're talking about here, and not just the banking sector, but also the shadow fleet. You keep going after the banking sector, you're going to accelerate their drive to get into BRICS and to get out from under any dollar denomination whatsoever, weakening the dollar, weakening our future ability to manipulate markets for things of our benefit. It's literally like cutting our own wrist. And if you keep going down that path too, then you're going to, now that more people are going to, from other parts of the world, are going to want to abandon the dollar and go to something they see as more stable. So we keep going down a path here that has never succeeded. So many rounds of this stuff. And we keep wanting to try it again. What does that tell you about our intellectual capacity? What does it tell you about wisdom? You keep doing the same thing that doesn't have the outcome that you're claiming it does, but it does enrich your friends. It does make the military industrial complex just continue to just flush with cash at the top. It doesn't provide for the actual amount of ammunition and weapons you would need to fight a conventional war. It only does the super high dollar, higher upper end issues, especially the missiles, air defense missiles, air offense missiles, air-to-air missiles, those kinds of categories of things. Super expensive, really lucrative to the production. Marginally helpful on an actual ground war. So we're not going after those things. So we're defeating ourselves. We're setting ourselves up by having these things that are years in advance on the categories that are good to have, but not essential, at the expense of the things that are essential. Now, I'm not advocating that we start stocking up on stuff so that we can fight a war in the future. We can choose one. That's a bad deal because then it could all too easily go nuclear. Much better to go into diplomacy and find win-win ways to survive and to live with each other so that nobody has to fight anyone and we can all live in peace. That would be ideal. We seem to be incapable of doing that. So what we're trying to do is the worst of all worlds. No diplomacy, but also not allowing us to set up to where we could actually sustain, fight, and win a war of attrition, which the Russians have done. And you can be sure that the Chinese have been paying a great deal of attention and have made substantial changes to their systems. And we already know that their industrial capacity is off the charts for the entire West writ large, probably more than the West and Russia combined. I think that there's some argument there. Who's behind the eight ball is the UK and the United States. We keep talking about how we're the leaders of everything. And folks, the only thing we may be doing is leading to the bottom. Is setting the stage for our own defeat. That's the harsh truth. That's my big concern here. Evidence is lining that way up. We need to do everything we can to get this ship turned around quickly before we run it aground and we're not able to recover it. That's your show for today, folks. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good Saturday. We look forward to seeing you back. I'll be back in my regular digs. Unless something breaks in between now and then, I'll be back on Monday. I look forward to seeing you then. Thanks a lot.
Garland Nixon here, and in case you haven't been paying attention, apparently a Russian transport plane has landed in Venezuela. I wonder what's on it. Let's talk. All kinds of things going on, and one of the things that people are starting to wonder about is Venezuela from the perspective of just like Iran. It does have allies in China and Russia. Venezuela is a large country, about the size of Germany and France. I mean, yes, about the size of Germany and France combined. And of course, let's just say this: the George W. Bush administration, which is in office right now, is doing what the George W. Bush administration would do. They're trying to lie us into another war. Trump is doing his weapons of mass destruction in the Western Hemisphere. So he's just flat out lying. Oh, yes, certainly Maduro has weapons of mass destruction. Don't let the evidence be a mushroom cloud. He might as well just go ahead and bring Condoleezza Rice in, bring in Wolfowitz, put the band back together. It's been 20 years. I'm sure, they're pretty old right now, but they could sing the same old song and talk to us about WMDs. But at any rate, let's look at what's going on now and see what we can make of it. Looky here, looky here, looky here. And let's start. You can search for it all over the place, but here's what we got. Fraternal aid begins. Russian IL-76TD aircraft lands in Venezuela. An IL-76TD aircraft along the Avion Zitotrans has landed in Venezuela, according to Flight Radar 24 data. However, the cargo the plane was delivering to Caracas is unknown. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's unknown. Let's look at that. It is noteworthy that since January 2023, Avion Zitotrans has been under U.S. sanctions for carrying out cargo transportation for the Russian PMC Wagner and sanctioned enterprise of the Russian military industrial complex. That's interesting. Some experts see this as the beginning of Russia's fraternal assistance to Venezuela, which is currently awaiting an American invasion. As a reminder, under the ostensible pretext of fighting drug cartels, the U.S. has amassed a large naval force off the coast of Venezuela, blah, blah, blah. A ground operation is expected to begin any day now. That'll be the day. So here we got Flight Radar. Okay, Trinidad and Tobago. There you go. There's your plane. I guess there's good old Venezuela, right? We got Ilyushin 76TD, and there's all the info on it. And there's our plane. Look at that. It's worth noting that several days ago, the Federation Council ratified the strategic partnership agreement with Russia. According to this document, Moscow and Caracas cooperate on issues of arms control, disarmament, and non-proliferation, contributing to ensuring international stability and equal and indivisible security for all states without exception. There you go. Now, what that means, now you can go to, it's ian.topcore.ru, so it's Russian. But look, just search Russian IL-76 Venezuela, and you'll get all the information you need. Okay, but so what's going on? This appears, now keep in mind, Wagner is not there anymore. There was the whole fiasco with Prigozhin and Wagner, as I understand it. Keep in mind something. This is the thing about Wagner. Wagner is simply what most of your major countries have, right? France always had something called the French Foreign Legion. And remember, what did they do? They take a lot of people out of prison. The French Foreign Legion took a lot of people out of prison. They took some people from other countries. And they pretended as though it wasn't exactly the French government. The U.S. government uses Blackwater and various mercenary operations, and they pretend that it's not U.S. government. And of course, the Russians use Wagner, and it was it was like they use Wagner. I mean, that's the game. Every major country has some military group that's aligned with them that gives them some level of plausible deniability. That's all Wagner was. Wagner operated a lot in Africa. They did have a lot of people that were former prisoners. Yes, they did. As I said, as the French Foreign Legion, I'm sure you go to Blackwater and all the rest, you'll see that it's normal, right? But when Wagner, that whole thing fell apart with Prigozhin, they were, as I understand, they were integrated into the military, though I'm sure that Russia maintains some kind of a mercenary force because all countries do. But at any rate, whatever the case may be, it appears that this is a plane that was used by Wagner. That's all that I'm saying. A plane that was used by Wagner, maybe companies that work for Wagner, whatever the case may be. And so now they're still doing their thing. In other words, though names have been changed for Wagner and they maybe have integrated into this or that, they are still the same thing, and that is a foreign mercenary / military force that gives the Russian government a little bit of plausible deniability that it's not been very little, but a little. Okay. What it sounds like to me is they're delivering something. What we don't know. We don't know what it could be. Now, an IL-76 itself couldn't bring like an S-400. It couldn't bring anything major. Now, it could bring parts. If a bunch of IL-76s landed there, okay, they could be bringing major stuff. But there are a lot of things that they could bring. They could bring a radar. They could bring some missiles. You could bring some very, very nasty missiles. And when it comes to war fighting, there could be technology things, such as if they're going to be able to access Russian ISR, right? Russian intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, right? It could be that they're bringing electronics that would allow them to integrate with or utilize or access Russia's ISR, so they would know what's going on with the American ships and what's happening there. Maybe intercept messages. Maybe possibly do some military technological defense, such as some of the things they do to block signals from missiles and things. So there's a lot of things that they could be bringing, and that's what's his name, Nolan Buskis, says. You can't transport a meaningful amount of equipment with an air transport, right? Especially a single IL-76. A single IL-76 is not going to be bringing a whole lot, but again, it is pretty big. So I think maybe missiles. Definitely you can bring missiles. Maybe some radar, some defensive capabilities, things of that nature. You could definitely bring some missiles. You could definitely bring some small radars and defensive capabilities. You could just definitely bring electronic for signal blocking, for ISR, things of that nature. So who knows? But it sounds to me like something's coming there from Russia. They are working with the Venezuelans. Now Trump and his crew are saying they're going to attack Venezuela any day. Well, I think basically this is a trap for Trump. I feel like this: if Trump attacks Venezuela, I think that's kind of it. I think that kind of may or will or is likely to kind of finish off his presidency in a way. I'll tell you why. Because getting in is one thing. Having some success.
Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Oh,
there you are.
There we go. Okay, that was my that thing's every time I turn around, it thinks I'm coming on, and that was, believe it or not, that was Jamal Thomas and Mark Sloboda that I was listening to earlier coming on my YouTube. But at any rate, my point is, if Trump goes into Venezuela, then let's say he attacks Venezuela. Let's say he does some bombing. What happens? You got a couple of things. You got Venezuela having some capacity to respond, right? They do have some missiles, KH-31s, things of that nature. They've got some anti-ship missiles. And might I add, we don't know what they have. I mean, Russia and or China might have provided them with some nasty missiles. We don't know. But what they had, I'll put it like this.
They say they got.
Look at what happened in Yemen. Yemen didn't have the latest technology, and Yemen was able to put a pretty nasty hurt on the U.S. And the U.S. didn't attack Yemen with the plan of taking over Yemen, right? They didn't say we're going in. And part of it, you look at Yemen, it's very, very mountainous, the kind of place you don't want to go in. One of the things that was discussed about Iran is the terrain. It's very, very mountainous. You don't want to go there on foot, right? And of course, compared to Venezuela, you don't just have mountains, you got jungles mixed with the mountains. I mean, you ride down the road and there's jungles hanging over the side of the road. It's not the kind of place I'd want to fight. Let me do something for you. Let me do something. All right. Watch this. You want to crawl around the jungles of Venezuela? When I was there, one of the things they were saying, there was this trail, and they're like, "Hey, we can all go for a a walk on the trail. And I'm like, oh, that sounds great. Wow, this is beautiful. It's gorgeous. And then one lady was saying something in Spanish about, be careful. And I was trying to understand it. I said, whatever. I don't understand Spanish. And eventually I understood one word, viper. And I'm like, uh-oh. And then I'm like asking somebody, what is she saying? Oh, she's saying there's a poisonous snake. There's a certain snake, and there's lots of them around here, and it's called the so-and-so, so-and-so. So watch your step and look for it, and it looks like this. And if you step over logs, and I'm like, whoa! Whoa, we're going to, there's poisonous, then they're going to, on my leg, and I'll just take a pass on that one, right? Apparently there were lots of them. Let's go here. What do they got? You got the furry lens. The Turpicella is a species, the Terciopella, a species of pit vipers, blah, 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 Bushmaster, furry lance, bullet ant, or name that strike terror in people's hearts, right? The Bushmaster, that's what they called it in Vietnam, right? The Aruba island rattlesnake, the boa constrictor, the Leech's muta. So you got rattlesnakes, you got, what is a Leech's muta? Okay, here we go. It's got several poisonous snakes, including the Venezuelan lancehead, the furry lance, the South American coral snake, the guarico rattlesnake, right? The lancehead, aggressive, medically important pit viper, blah, blah, blah. Its venom can cause local and systemic effects, including coagulopathy and acute kidney injury, the furry lance, extensive tissue damage, responsible for many fatalities. They call it, like the Bushmaster, they call it in Vietnam. Coral snake, you're dead one bite of that, but they're not very aggressive. Guarico rattlesnake, we know about that. The good old horned palm viper. And the South American Bushmaster, one of the longest venomous snakes, is native to the forests of northwestern South America, including Venezuela, and the Bothros medusa, a terrestrial snake found in the forest in northern Venezuela. In other words, there's a lot of jungles. And you don't want to go wandering around in those jungles, and those people are from there. They understand what it's like. They're armed to the teeth. And if the snakes don't bite you, the natives will, the locals will. They're armed to the teeth. So right now, Trump, what happens? Trump's like, yes, we're ready. Rick Scott the other day was like, yes, Maduro's gone any day. Maduro's going to be a dead man. Let's start here. Okay. You know the game, right? The game is always the same. Number one, the country's got a lot of oil. Number two, you pretend that it's not a country and you name the leader. Putin, there's no such place as Russia. Assad, there's no such place as Syria. Saddam, there's no such place as Iraq. Maduro, there's no such place as Venezuela. See the game? You pretend that there's no country there, and you just speak the name of the person who is in charge, and you call them a dictator, and say he's an evil dictator, therefore he has to go, and blah, blah, blah. And what about the oil then? Oh, we'll make sure we secure the oil. We want to get the oil, just secure. Just make sure it's secure. That's all. And then we'll pump a little of it out, maybe sell it, keep the money, stuff like that. So that's the game. Maduro's a dead man. Maduro's going. Maduro's this. Okay, let's start here. Why would that make a difference? Because do you know what the people in Venezuela call themselves? We are the sons and daughters of Hugo Chavez. We are the Chavistas. They're the Chavistas. They're not the Maduroistas. Now, Maduro was Chavez's right-hand man, and they love and support Maduro. And of course, if you believe that the Russians hate Putin, but he still has the 87% of the vote. And according to U.S. polls, he had an 86% approval rating, and he got 1% more than the U.S. polls. So I guess he stole that extra percent, right? But if you believe that he's a dictator that's hated by his people when he's loved by his people, if you believe that the Chinese Communist Party is terrible and oppressing the people, even though they've got one of the highest approval ratings of any country in the world, you believe that Maduro, who gets about 64, 65% of the vote, he's evil, he's terrible, he's vote, okay? And about 10% that doesn't support him because they think he's too far to the right. They're the actual Communist Party of Venezuela. They don't support him. Okay. So here's my point. Yes, Maduro will be dead. I'm going to bring back the corpse of Maduro. Here's the problem. The you may, Trump administration, be able to convince the American people and their poor little brainwashed pea brains. They'll believe any damn thing you say. Just point to a country and they think, oh yes, I was told that this person's a dictator and it's a socialist dictator, so it must be evil and the people love, and we're going to bring peace or whatever, right? You may be able to convince the blockheads here of that, but you got to convince the Venezuelan people, and they don't believe it. So what are the Venezuelan people going to do? We're going to take out Maduro. Now, in America speak, that means he's a dictator and he rules over the people. Well, gee, Trump, I guess that means that once Maduro's gone, they'll shower us with flowers. They'll welcome us with flowers. Oh, thank you for coming to save us from Saddam. Oops. I mean, thank you for coming here and freeing us from Maduro. Perhaps they won't. You see, they are the Chavistas, not the Maduristas, the Chavistas. They are proud of their revolution, and they will defend their democracy. So you go in there, you tell the brainwashed schmugs here, hey, we killed Maduro, we attacked Maduro, we ran Maduro out of the country, Maduro's in hiding, whatever. Maduro's in hiding, and if we find him, we're going to get him right now. We can't find him. He's probably in the Amazon jungle somewhere, but whatever. But now we have Venezuela. Oh, really? They've armed 2 million people. And might I add, I was looking now, they're training people by the hundreds and hundreds of thousands. They get more and more training by the hundreds and hundreds of thousands. So you're going to go there. They got hundreds of thousands of troops. And up to 2 million that I've heard, up to 2 million armed people, civilians, men and women. I'm telling you, the women are ready to fight. They'll smile. And let me tell you, I've told people this, you go to Venezuela, the most beautiful women you have ever seen in your life, they don't even look like humans. There's so many of these beautiful women. And you know what? They'll be smiling at the soldiers. Hi there, cutie. Don't you want to come over here and talk to me? Don't go over there and talk to them. Don't go over there and talk to them, cutie, because they're going to put a bullet in you. They're going to kill you. I've had some tell me to my face. We'll fight. They're ready to fight. Trump goes in there. What's he going to do? First of all, what's he going to do? Just bomb some areas of Caracas? Who the hell knows where Maduro is? And even the propaganda is we'll blow up. We'll somehow kill Maduro. And even if you do, it does nothing because they call themselves the Chavistas. And now I don't know what's coming in. I don't know where. Let's look some more and see what else we can find. Russian arms Venezuela. Here's one. Let's see what this says. What U.S. forces faces Venezuela puts Russian armed military on wartime alert. Right, 10,000 troops. The 10,000 troops. Oh boy, 10,000 troops. But Venezuelan President Maduro's state of external emergency fundamentally changed what they're facing: a military on full-time war alert, equipped with Russian air defenses and anti-ship missiles, backed by what Maduro claims is a militia of 8 million. I know there was 2 million armed. There's going to be a lot. So they can't match. True. They spent billions on weapons that could cause the most damage. Russian-built systems such as missiles, jets designed to interact U.S. ships. They have at least 20 Sukhoi 30s armed with KH-31 anti-ship missiles. The Institute for Strategic Studies, oh, for God's sake, they confirmed that Venezuela has both anti-ship and anti-radar versions. The anti-radar simply you turn on, they lock on radar, and that's where they go right to the radar. You got Venezuelan jets. They say have tested U.S. forces. What do you mean? They're flying in their own area. How are they tested us? They've got S-125 Pechora 2Ms. That Buk is good. Thousands of Igla surface-to-air missiles. Those are near oil facilities. Those are low flying stuff too. I think the Igla is more like a shoulder-mounted. What do they call that? Man pads, right? Buk is pretty good, short range. It says they've got Russian radar arrays, Chinese communication relays, and they've got a contested electromagnetic spectrum. Millions in their militia. And here's what's interesting. The U.S. Caribbean deployment lacks forces for full-scale Venezuela operations. There's no way, and that's the other thing I say, there ain't no way in hell you're going into a country the size of France and Germany combined with 10,000 troops. Or I think they've got 4,500 now Marines or something with 4,500 troops. And what are you going to do? Come ashore? Think you'll get lit up if you come ashore? What are they going to do? Some kind of a what do you call it? Amphibious assault or something? An amphibious landing? I don't think that's a good idea. And where on a country that size? It's huge. Venezuela is huge, with lots of coastline, lots of wiggly, curvy coastline. I think it's got 1,000 miles of coastline. I think it's got 1,000 miles. If I'm not mistaken, it's like 1,000 miles border with both Colombia and Brazil. It's a big country. It's a big country. And I don't know what the Ruskies are arming them with. And nobody does, but I suspect. And keep in mind something, as far as Russia, we can't say to Russia, you have to defend Venezuela, because, I mean, they've got a war going on themselves. They're doing some things arming Iran, and they've been Iran and Venezuela has been very close friends for a long time. I do recall a few years ago, Iranian ships, let me see this, Iranian Navy, Venezuela. There we go. Here's something to recall. Venezuela deploys Iranian missile boats to fend off U.S. Navy. Now, if you remember, one of the things that the Iranians do is they're fast attack boats. So what the Iranians have, they've got lots and lots and lots of these speedboats. They're really, really, really fast, right? And they carry anti-ship missiles on them. So what they do is they'll swarm and they'll overwhelm you, right? So you got these ships out there and they got, hundreds of these boats coming out swarming with anti-ship missiles. And they come out and they are, the missiles that they're firing, the ships in and of themselves, if you look, they're the speedboat, yeah, they ain't gonna do but so much damage. But when they fire these missiles off, if an anti-ship missile catches up with you, it's a problem, right? All right, let's look at this. In response to a concentration in the Southern Caribbean of substantial U.S. Navy force, the Venezuelan Navy has reportedly deployed some of the PACAP-3 fast attack craft that Iran supplied it with several years ago. The Venezuelan Navy deployed Iranian-built PACAP-3 fast attack craft equipped with CM-90 anti-ship missiles supplied by Iran, right? Let's look up. There we go. You can see, let's look up the CM-90. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look that up. Iranian. We're going to look it up together. CM-90 anti-ship missile. It's Nasir. CM-90. There we go. Here we go again. Start looking at some of the things that Venezuela may be able to have. Venezuela Navy proudly displays Iranian CM-90 anti-ship missiles. According to information published by the Venezuelan Ministry of Defense, the Bolivarian Navy has officially added new CM-90 anti-ship missiles of Iranian origin to its arsenal. The confirmation came during an official visit by Venezuela's Minister of Defense. There you go, Iranian CM-90. CM-90 are presumed to be part of the armament of the PACAP missile boats, which were introduced in a naval parade in July of the previous year. These fast and agile boats are designed for coastal defense, heavily armed relative to their size, equipped with anti-ship missiles and torpedo tubes, with later models also featuring remote weapon stations, right? So there we go. We're going to anti-ship missiles and torpedo tubes. CM-90 is about 4.16 meters long, 280 millimeters in diameter, and weighs approximately 350 kilograms. Active radar guidance, turbojet engine, range of about 90 kilometers, right? So there we go. we see here Venezuela's supersonic anti-ship missiles are a real threat to American warships. Boom. We look here. They talk about again the KH-31s. This is an Su-30. The Venezuelans has the Su-30. There you go. So the bottom line is we don't completely know what the Venezuelans have, which makes it tough. Let's just say this. I don't know how good the U.S.'s defense, air defense is. It doesn't seem like it's very, very good. It seems to me like, I mean, we struggled. The U.S. really struggled and ran the hell out of the Red Sea by Yemen. I would imagine that Russia is providing ISR and targeting. I sure would if I were them. Let's do something. Let's see. Su-30. If we can find a video. So they have the Su-30. Let's see if we can get a look at one of these suckers. So this is the Su-30. Venezuela has these. Let's take a look.
The flashy presentation of specialty designs like the Su-34 bomber or the super maneuverable Su-35.
All right.
The Su-30 has become perhaps Russia's most trusted and versatile fighter.
So apparently this is a fighter plane that Venezuela has, an Su-30. My understanding of the Su-30 is that it's a long-range fighter, that it has a very, very powerful radar and a very long range, that it's a very capable jet. As you can see, you know, it's a Russian jet. It is a modern jet. Apparently they've got about 20 of these. So what you would do would be, if you're going to use one of these, use these against American planes or American, you know, ships or whatever the case, right? What you would do would be to fly them in real low, right? Just down on the deck, as they say, across the sea. And then when you get ready to fire your missiles, you pop up high, you fire your missiles, you go back down, you get the heck out of there. Now, I'm just saying this. Venezuela has these. I would imagine if I'm a U.S. and I'm got ships and aircraft carriers and things like that in the area, you know, and I'm going to go attack Venezuela, and I have had difficulties against a country that didn't even have a navy or an air force, which would be Yemen, that the likelihood that I'm going to suffer some damage from aircraft such as this are pretty high. You know, this is not a child's toy here. These things can do some damage, and they can carry some very, very nasty missiles. The KH-31 is a very large missile. So there you go. You got the Su-30. Let's look at the KH-31. KH-31. We'll do this. We'll look at the KH-31 missile. All right, so here we have, apparently, let's look at what the Venezuelans have when it comes to anti-ship missiles. This is the KH-31. There you go. This is, they've got two different types of missiles for the KH-31. One is an anti-radar missile, which basically hones in on radar. So if you turn on radar, it picks up the radar and it hones in on it and it takes it out. That's the Yakun. That's correct. The other one simply is fire and forget. So what you would do is, I think these, if I'm not mistaken, I think these Su-30s can carry, say, 4 of them. If I'm not mistaken, at least 4. And so let's say you had, a squadron of 12. Let's say you had 4 of your Su-30s, and each of them had 4 of these, right? So now you got 16 of these missiles. And the way you do fire anti-ship missiles, any missiles, but let's say an anti-ship missile is a salvo. So you're gonna fly low, you're gonna pop up, and you're gonna release these missiles, a salvo of them. And let's say you want to take out a particular ship or 2 ships, right? Well, you get a salvo of 8 going at one ship, you got a salvo of 8 going at the other ship. That's a pretty nasty missile. It's a large missile, it's a powerful missile, it's a nasty missile. If it hits a ship, the ship's probably going down. If it hits, say, an Arleigh Burke class cruiser. So what we're looking at is, this ain't, I'm just saying, we are not talking about Yemen. We're talking about, hardware that Venezuela already has. Now, what the Russians are bringing them, in addition to what they already have, we don't know. There you go. Launch weight 715 kilograms. Now that's the 38 KH-31 PD. Keep in mind something. There are various iterations of it. That's an old one that has, some of them have 100, some of them have 251, some of the new ones have 500 kilometer, 1,000 kilometer range. So we don't know. But my point is, right now, the Americans they've got a bunch of large ships out there that are targets. And based on what we've seen, no, I mean, again, the danger. What the hell happens if Trump says, okay, that's it, we're starting to bomb, and they start to bomb, and some of these things come out, and some American ships go to the bottom with 200-300 American sailors on it? What then? What then? You're going to declare war because they had the temerity to fight back? And might I add, we already got 2 other wars going. We're threatening Iran. So now you're going to come to this area and start a war with some people that may really be able to hurt you? Not a good idea. Not a good idea. It will be a trap. And not only that, I think the MAGA people will go bananas, but I think a lot of people in America, particularly if a bunch of American soldiers come home dead. So now, Trump, you're playing with fire. You're really playing with fire. You can bomb, maybe. You might lose some stuff. You might get some planes shot down. You might get your Navy blown to hell. I don't know, but I'm telling you right now, if you put some soldiers on the ground, that's where things are really going to go nasty. So at any rate, thanks a lot, everybody. I just wanted to do something very, very short. As I said, this was the main story.
Be very foolish for Israel to start another war. But that leads to the question, why would you start another war? If you think about it, if Iran is dealing Israel more than a bloody nose in a potential second war, and Israel feels threatened in a meaningful way, you can imagine how that could lead to a situation where Israel justifies the use of nuclear weapons on Iran.
One here. So this was your live stream you just did. Iran in full alert. Iran in full war alert amid Israeli threats. So, well, what can you tell us about Iran being on full war alert?
Well, there was a meeting, a summit that was supposed to take place next week in Tehran, hosting a bunch of media, social media influencers and independent journalists. Pepe Escobar was another person who was supposed to attend this event, and they canceled the event. The Iranians did. And the reason why was war preparation and war readiness. That's what was given to the attendees. So apparently all of the IRGC commanders are in bunkers right now. This is from sources in Iran. They're all preparing for this. I was invited to a meeting with President Pezeshkian, the Iranian president, in New York City at the United Nations a few weeks ago. I obviously wasn't there. I'm in Moscow. I was in Africa during that meeting. But apparently at the meeting, he said another war is coming. Israel's going to launch another war. And he feels as though they're going to target him, in addition to many civilians and military and political officials. So I think this is coming. There was also a major intelligence report that was just released from Ismail Khatib, who's the intelligence minister in Iran. And he just exposed that 50 countries participated in espionage activities against Iran during the 12-day war, including Turkey, who's their neighbor, and many Arab countries who are supposed to support Palestine and those who defend Palestine. So things are heating up, and it's not looking good.
What do you make of that? What do you make of that, Turkey and the other Gulf states turning on Iran in that way?
Well, they're all cowards. I mean, you know as well as I do that Turkey provides lion's share of Israeli oil. It's Azerbaijani oil that travels through Turkish pipelines each and every year. Erdogan always comes out and talks about how he stands with Palestine. But if you stand with Palestine, why are you going to supply the Zionist entity with, I think it's like 40% of their annual oil consumption? Doesn't make any sense. And for the Gulf countries, these Arab states, Arab states excluding Yemen, they're all ready for normalization. I think they are chomping at the bit for normalization. And if it wasn't for the ultra deranged policies of Smotrich and Gavir, I think we might actually have seen it by now. But it's not surprising to me at all.
So a lot of people said that it wasn't over. The 12-day war wasn't the end of it, that they had just kind of run out of munitions, in fact. And in fact, Ukraine thought that the United States was sending all its munitions to Israel. Israel thought we were sending all our munitions to Ukraine, and they were angry at it. But the United States just kind of ran out of munitions to supply them. And so the talk was that Israel was just waiting to rebuild and restock their munitions, and then they're going to attack Iran again. Do you think that was the plan? Is that what you think?
Yeah, I think you got it right. I think also, they have new THAAD systems in Israel now. The U.S. dropped those there.
What are THAAD systems?
THAAD systems, THAAD interceptor missiles. Israel has a series of layers of air defense systems. This is one part of it. But they're very costly. The U.S. doesn't have a lot of them. I think we've dumped almost our whole supply into Israel now over the past 12 months. But Israel, it doesn't matter if they have these. It doesn't matter if they have their Iron Dome. It doesn't matter what other layers they have. Iran humiliated Israel, and they only, according to the IRGC, used about 25% of the technologies that they possess in their missile arsenal. So Iran did a number on them, obviously. I think it would be very foolish for Israel to start another war. But that leads to the question, why would you start another war? If you think about it, if Iran is dealing Israel more than a bloody nose in a potential second war, and Israel feels threatened in a meaningful way, you can imagine how that could lead to a situation where Israel justifies the use of nuclear weapons on Iran. Which would be their dream scenario, to be able to justify the use of nuclear bombs on Tehran and other major Iranian cities. I think that's a real possibility. I wouldn't put it out of the realm of what could happen here.
That Israel would be the first one to use a nuke.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's unclear whether Iran has a nuke. I think they should have a nuke as a means of deterrent, not to use one, but to be able to do what North Korea does. No one wants to invade North Korea. No one wants to invade Russia or China for that matter, because they are strong and can defend themselves. Iran, they have very strong missiles, but of course, the question is what happens if Israel decides that they're going to make that final decision to deal a total blow, a devastating blow to Iran. The Iranians don't have anything that they could potentially use as a deterrent against them. But Iran also had a lot of problems they had to deal with in that war. I mean, they were caught off by surprise at the start. They had a bunch of internal attacks from Assad operatives, mostly Afghan migrants and refugees that were in the country. And as I just mentioned, they had 50 different countries. I can't even imagine 50 countries conspiring with Mossad to attack them via intelligence networks. So I think they're getting their house in order. Israel's doing the same. And it could be a very big blow here soon.
Just like most people don't know that Israel has a thing called the Hannibal Directive, which means that if they think one of their citizens or any of their citizens will be taken hostage, they kill them. That's the Hannibal Directive. And they killed them. Probably more people were killed on October 7th by the Israeli military than were killed by Hamas. That's and you know, if you saw those burned out cars, those were done that the guys in hang gliders, Hamas guys in hang gliders didn't do that. That was done by I think it was you know, Apache helicopters or
yes,
that from the Israeli Air Force, right? And then they had tanks. They shot tank mortars into houses, and so they did everything they could to kill their own people to avoid them from being. So they also have a thing called the Samson doctrine. Can you tell people what that is?
Yes, the Samson option is if Israeli statehood, the survival of Israel itself, is threatened by any foreign actor, Israel reserves the right to target any of their allies or any foreign actor, aggressors, if they feel as though they're not being supported enough by the United States and their other allies. They can target them with a nuclear bomb. So if Iran is on the verge of, you know, I guess, preventing the future survival of Israel, Israel could say, United States, if you're not going to do what needs to be done, if you're going to block us from defending ourselves, we'll nuke you as well.
So the Samson option is the option to take everybody down. If Israel is on the verge of losing a war, or if the sovereignty or the life of the Israeli state is threatened in a serious way, they then will start nuking everybody. And so that's like a threat to, you better come and help us, right? That's what that is.
It's like the genocidal nuclear equivalent of you're losing in Monopoly and you just turn the table over, I think. But that's a real thing. It's a real thing, and they could do it, I guess. And Trump this week, I have no doubt that Trump is completely, you know, controlled by them, and also I think in many ways controls them for the U.S. Goals in the region. But Trump this week did say that he would threaten to cut all Israeli aid if they annex the West Bank. I don't know why he drew the line at annexing the West Bank. That apparently, you know, murdering 70,000 civilians wasn't enough to piss him off, but annexing the West Bank is something Trump has claimed to draw the red line at. And even though I don't necessarily believe him that he'd cut off all aid, I do think it's the first time an American president has said something like that publicly.
That he would, that there's a circumstance where he would cut off aid to Israel. That's the first time I haven't remember ever hearing a American president saying that. So
yeah, it's another question of whether or not we believe that. But to even say that is kind of a, you know, you're asking to end up like JFK, I think, if you say something like that.
Come see us in Australia. Second show's added.
From the burning skies of Kyiv to the simmering airspace over Tehran, the front lines are expanding. The theater of war is shifting. While the United States floods Ukraine with advanced air defense systems, F-16s, and long-range missiles capable of striking deep into Russia, the Russian response came from a direction Trump and NATO generals never expected. Unidentified squadrons suddenly appeared over Iranian air bases, flying in unfamiliar combat formations. Nighttime movements, smoke trails covering the runways. At first, many thought it was just another round of military drills, but it quickly became clear this was a real deployment of Russian and Chinese strike fighters into the heart of Iran. Many secrets and thrilling details we're about to reveal about Iran's Death Corridor squadrons assembled to bring down Israeli warplanes. Stay with us until the end. MiG-29, Russia's aging warrior, returns over Tehran. In recent days, fighter jets with a familiar silhouette have appeared in Iranian skies, but no one expected their return in such fashion. A newly arrived MiG-29 squadron emerged over Iranian air bases, flying in tightly coordinated combat formations, as if announcing a clear message, not conducting routine training. But this message wasn't just from Tehran. It came directly from Moscow. According to intelligence sources, the flight timing and transport signatures suggest that Putin himself authorized the transfer as an indirect response to the West's escalation in arming Ukraine, specifically the delivery of long-range missiles and F-16 fighters in recent months. It's as if the Kremlin is whispering, "If your fighters reach my borders, then I'll put mine over the Gulf." But this isn't just symbolic. The MiG-29 sent to Iran are still potent platforms when used properly. Based on available imagery and expert assessments, the variants in Iran are likely MiG-29A or MiG-29S, upgraded with N019M Sapphire radars and software enhancements, capable of firing R-77 active radar-guided missiles with engagement ranges beyond 100 kilometers. In addition, these jets carry R-73 high-agility missiles for close combat and R-27s for medium-range fights, giving them coverage across all major aerial engagement zones. The Iranian MiG is equipped with two RD-33 turbofan engines, generating over 36,000 pounds of thrust. This power allows it to reach speeds of up to Mach 2.25 while delivering strong acceleration and vertical maneuverability, ideal for the low-altitude combat environments Iranian pilots train for. But perhaps most important is what isn't visible. Iran is working to integrate these jets into its C-4I command and control grid, reportedly experimenting with electronic jamming pods and deception tactics designed to provoke and map Israeli and Gulf air defense reactions. While the MiG-29 lacks stealth and is inferior to the F-35 in electronic warfare, Tehran doesn't intend to use them in direct dogfights. Instead, they'll serve as forward reconnaissance bait, paving the way for surprise aerial strikes yet to be revealed. According to analysts, the timing of this transfer was no coincidence. It aligns with Putin's escalations in the Black Sea and nuclear bomber flybys near NATO's borders. And one thing is certain, these jets did not appear in Iran just for show. The Russian Viper, Su-35, enters the fray. The MiG-29 was just the beginning. Behind the scenes, the real airstrike capability was being pulled straight from the heart of Russia's arsenal. A heavy, ominous squadron, equipped with Russia's top detection and strike systems, the Su-35. Until recently, these jets were part of Russia's reserve air power. But now, they're flying over Iranian soil. Yes, Putin sent them to Tehran, and it was no accident. Just as Washington was announcing the transfer of Tomahawk missiles and F-16 to Ukraine, the Russian response was quiet, but far more dangerous. The Su-35SE fighters, originally designated for export to Egypt, were grounded after intense U.S. pressure canceled the deal. They remained in Russian hangars, awaiting a new mission. Now, with the Ukraine war deepening and Western support growing bolder, Putin played his card, transferring the squadron to the Middle East's most unpredictable ally, Iran. Intelligence reports suggest the deployed squadron includes 12 to 24 Su-35s, with multiple Antonov and 124s transports, making repeated trips from Russian bases to deep within Iranian territory throughout the spring and summer of 2025. The Su-35, nicknamed Russia's Viper, is equipped with the powerful Irbis-E Pisa radar, offering over 400-kilometer detection range, capable of tracking 30 targets and engaging 8 simultaneously. It carries R-77s for medium-range engagements and the devastating R-37M missiles, which boast a range exceeding 300 kilometers, allowing it to strike before being detected. Its heart lies in twin AL-41 F-1S thrust vectoring engines, enabling speeds beyond Mach 2 and superb agility. If Iran successfully integrates the Su-35 into an AWACS-supported defense net with dense ground radar coverage, it could become a nightmare for Israeli air power. But the message behind the deployment is larger than firepower. Putin has chosen Iran as Russia's aerial arm in the Middle East, just as the US has done with Israel and Europe with Ukraine. And now, the skies are open. Escalation is no longer a theory, it's a reality. The Chinese Viper, J-10. Putin wasn't the only one slapping Trump with strategic surprises. On the other end of Asia, China had been watching. As Western leaders debated F-16 transfers to Ukraine, Beijing was putting the finishing touches on its first export squadron of J-10C fighters, bound for Tehran. Yes, the same J-10C, dubbed the Chinese Viper by Indian media, famous for its stealth ambushes that downed Indian Rafales in Kashmir from beyond visual range. Now, it flies over Iranian airspace. Leaked reports from Chinese military sources reveal an initial deal involving 12 J-10C Block 01 fighters, equipped with KLJ-7A ESA radars, fully digital fire control systems, and indigenous WS-10B engines for superior agility. But the real weapon can't be seen from the outside. It's the PL-15, a long-range radar-guided air-to-air missile with a range exceeding 200 kilometers, equipped with data link targeting updates mid-flight. Its primary purpose, to destroy AWACS and airborne surveillance aircraft, the very platforms Israel and the Gulf rely on to maintain airspace awareness. And that's where the game changes. With a small, agile fighter like the J-10C, equipped with advanced radar and long-range missiles, Iran gains not just better defense, but the ability to set stealth traps deep inside contested airspace, just as Pakistan once did. Sources suggest the deal also includes electronic training programs, long-term logistics support, and possibly future joint munitions production. In Israel, military drills began the moment the leak surfaced. Joint simulations between the Air Force and electronic warfare units, training for encounters with J-10Cs, backed by Chinese systems, or Iranian mobile radars. The real concern, not the number of jets, but their ability to jam, mislead, and strike without warning. With China and Russia now both invested, Iran's airspace is wrapped in a triangle of strategy, manufacturing, and firepower. And the question now is, will this new axis deter Israeli warplanes? Or is something even more dangerous being prepared? Let us know.
Their clients in Qatar and the regime is going to abide by its side of the bargain. And I don't think that Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad or their allies have any illusions about the nature of the Israeli regime. After all, the Israeli regime is bombing Lebanon regularly. It's murdering Lebanese citizens on almost a daily basis. The Western media is quiet. Western governments are quiet because they support the mass murder and slaughter of the Lebanese, Syrians. In the case of Syria, the regime is obedient. It was installed by the CIA and their collaboration with Erdogan and their clients in Qatar and, of course, the Israeli regime. But still, the Israelis constantly bomb them and they take more territory. So people are seeing how the Israeli regime behaves and they have no expectations that they're going to suddenly see the light and behave as normal human beings and decent human beings and carry out the ceasefire in a way in which is just and fair for the Palestinian people. No, the reason why Trump gave this so-called peace plan, and it's not a peace plan, it's a plan to subjugate the Palestinian people. It's a plan to help with ethnic cleansing. That is the objective. The reason why they put it forward was because Netanyahu was failing. If Netanyahu was succeeding on the ground, if he was winning the war, if he was winning this genocide and this Holocaust against the Palestinian people, there would be no need for that peace plan. They would let him finish the job. But the Americans gave him all the weapons he needed. We saw Trump say that when he was in the Knesset. He said, we gave them everything they wanted. They wanted weapons that I'd never heard of, and I gave it to them. So he was bragging about his role in the genocide. But after 2 years, they failed. So what happened really after 2 years? The Israeli regime, its economy badly damaged, its military machine badly damaged, its society exhausted. But that's not the real problem. The number one problem is the fact that the Israeli regime has been destroyed as a legitimate state in the eyes of the international community. World public opinion is hostile towards the regime. They see it as genocidal. They despise Zionism. People have woken up to the reality of what goes on in Palestine, even in the West and even in the United States. That is something which worries American leaders. That's something that worries Zionists and those who are close to the Zionists across Europe and North America. And so they had to have this ceasefire in order to ease the pressure on the regime, because every day of genocide made the Israeli regime and Zionism more hated, and even those who were half asleep to the reality are gradually waking up, and the number of people who support Zionism is melting away. Their numbers are melting. It's like ice in the desert. So that is the real reason why they wanted the ceasefire, because the Israeli regime is self-destructing, and so is the collective West, paying a heavy, very heavy price because they are part of the genocide. European leaders, European politicians, journalists from mainstream or legacy media journals, they're all paying the price because they're all seen as collaborators. They're all seen as helping bring about this extermination. And so the collective West is seen both by ordinary people in the West, but the overwhelming people of the overwhelming majority of people across the world as genocidal. And so under those circumstances, people increasingly turn to Iran, they turn to Russia, they turn to China, they turn to any entity, any country that is not Western, because for decades we've heard how horrible Iran is because of the Western governments and Western institutions and Western media have demonized Iran. Now people don't believe it anymore. They say the very same media that's demonized Iran, they've been in bed with the Zionists and have closed their eyes to the genocide. They've been apologetic. They're saying the same effectively to rivals of the United States in the West. So now, in the past, they could always demonize China because the United States and the West, they're one area where they were still more powerful was with regard to soft power. That has been diminished. That's been almost destroyed. So today, no one believes the demonization of China, for example, the way in which they would have 2-3 years ago. And that makes the appeal to work with China, to purchase Chinese goods much greater than before, because people look at the West and see that these regimes are genocidal. They would often call it brand America or brand Britain or brand UK or brand. Their brand has been badly damaged. It's their credibility, their image has been badly damaged. So not only are they on the decline economically speaking and militarily speaking, in Ukraine they're not doing well. In their war with Iran, Iranian technology has shown the weaknesses of Western technology too, but also when it comes to their global image, the entire West is suffering as a result of their complicity in the Holocaust in Gaza. So they need this ceasefire. But does anyone believe that this ceasefire is permanent? That the Americans and the Israelis and the Europeans want the Palestinians to be able to rebuild their homes and to live in the Gaza Strip with safety and security? Of course not. That is not the plan. So ultimately, Gaza at some point, whether it's in weeks or in months or in years, it is going to be another battleground between the people of Gaza and the genocidal forces of Zionism.
There is an interview Jared Kushner together with Steve Witkoff had on 60 Minutes. One of the points that they mentioned, Jared Kushner was asked how did he feel when he went to Gaza? He said it was something like he felt like it was they were bombed by nuclear bombs because everything was destroyed there. And then he was asked if that was a genocide, what he was watching in Gaza. He said, no, that wasn't a genocide. And Steve Witkoff came in and jumped in and said that, they're fighting a war. It's not genocide. Professor Morandi, do you think what has happened in Gaza, where is the army that is fighting Israel? Israel is a modern army. They have everything. They have air power, underground tanks, everything. Do Palestinians have that sort of weapons? Is that a war?
Kushner and Witkoff are Holocaust deniers. And they are Holocaust deniers of the worst sort. Because people may deny the Holocaust that happened during the Second World War, but those people did not live during that period. They did not watch it being carried out. There's not all that much image. We lived in a different, it was a different world. It was history. This is happening in front of our eyes. We've been watching the genocide, the Holocaust unfold live, online, on television. We've seen the images of countless children being torn to shreds, people being burned alive in their tents, mass slaughter, hospitals targeted. We've seen how infants in incubators have been murdered when the Israeli soldiers would pull out the plug and leave all the infants to die. We've seen that happen time after time after time. They've been so innovative in the way in which they slaughter that that we're always being shocked because they murder in new ways. They slaughter in new ways. They take out entire families. They take out entire neighborhoods. They burn people alive and others who survive wish they died because they're so badly burned. The limbs of people are torn away and some are left without any legs or hands. They prefer, I'm sure, many of them to die. This is what this genocidal regime has done. And these two men are genocidal. They are as guilty as Netanyahu. And so are all those Western journalists who refrain from posting these images and talking about the Holocaust and looking away. They are part of that genocide. They are a part of that Holocaust. And Western leaders and all those who try to mislead the public, to hide the reality, to be apologetic for this genocidal regime. It is unforgivable, and no one is going to forget this. This is something that has happened, and it's going to be in the history books. And from now on, these Zionists like Witkoff, sinister Zionists like Witkoff, sinister Zionists like all of those European and American Zionists who've been supporting the Israeli regime, whether it's Kushner or Witkoff or anyone else. It is going to go into the history books, and it's not going to go away. People across the world will remember what they did and the role that all these journalists, all these elites, all these politicians played in this. And the problem that the Israeli regime has is that they cannot stop killing. Just yesterday, when they apparently one or two of their soldiers were injured or killed because of a bomb that exploded, which had nothing to do with the resistance, they went out and slaughtered people across Gaza. They bombed from north to south. They knew that it had nothing to do with Hamas. They knew it had nothing to do with the resistance. And they knew that their own soldiers made a mistake and were injured or killed. But they took it out on the Palestinian people. As we speak, they refuse to let in the food that they were supposed to allow to get into Gaza. The amount is 1/8 or 1/9 of what was agreed upon in accordance with the so-called ceasefire. Why? They continue to try to starve children. They try to starve infants, even with the ceasefire. And that shows how sinister they are. And it shows that they were lying during the war because they were saying it's a war. Now there's no war, but they're still preventing food from getting in. And Western journalists are still looking away. It shows just how, I mean, they're exposing themselves further during the ceasefire. They're exposing, just today they went and injured and arrested a number of Palestinians who were fishing off the coast of Gaza. Why? It's a ceasefire. Why? So why are they doing it? Because they want to continue to starve the Palestinian people. They don't let in the food. They don't let in infant formula. They don't let them fish they don't let the fishermen capture seafood for people to eat. And then they bomb the city, snipers kill. That's just how Zionists are. That's what they're also doing in Lebanon. That's what they're doing in Syria. That's how the war that they carried out against Iran was. They bombed a building in Iran. They fired missiles at the building, killing 75 people, including between 25 and 30 kids, to kill one person. That's who they are. That's what Zionism is. And that's what ethno-supremacism is. That's what a master race and a master people think about the rest of humanity. And that's why Western elites are quiet, or they continue to look away, or they try to give us, or they misinform us and disinform us in order to allow this to continue, in order to hide the reality on the ground. But it's too late. What has been done, and every day that the ceasefire goes by further confirms everything that was said about the Zionists. Starving the Palestinians had nothing to do with war. It had to do with their attempt to exterminate the children.
Is that bring responsibility for those countries who participated in the summit in Egypt? I'm talking about Turkey and Qatar, because both of these two countries, during the interview, Witkoff said, and in the aftermath of signing the document, they were hugging Israelis, and they thought that they could get something from Israel. But is that the case? What is the responsibility on the part of these two Muslim countries when it comes to this sort of behavior on the part of Israelis?
No one should be fooled. They're not supporters of the Palestinian people, neither the Erdogan regime nor the regime in Qatar. Neither of them are pro-Palestinian. They are firmly in the American camp, as opposed to their people. The people of Turkey are staunch supporters of the Palestinian cause, but the regime in Ankara, they are in the American camp. The hug, when the Qatari and the Turkish officials hugged the Israelis, they basically whitewashed the Holocaust. And even attending this disgraceful and despicable meeting was an insult to all the martyrs and the women and children who were massacred in the Holocaust. And it was whitewashing Trump's crimes, just so that they could get into his good books. Everyone should support the resistance. And the resistance had every reason to accept a ceasefire under its own terms. And we should all continue to support it. The pressure that they feel is enormous. But for these countries to continue to do business and trade with the Israeli regime after 2 years of Holocaust, for any country to have anything to do with the Israelis, I mean, the Qatari regime was just bombed. A Qatari citizen was killed, and then they go and hug these ethno-supremacists. And the same is true with the Erdogan's allies who were in that session, his people hugging the Israelis. Just being there was an insult to the martyrs and the victims of the Holocaust. Yes, we all support the ceasefire in the way in which the resistance is pursuing this ceasefire, but to give any sort of concession or to show thanks and gratefulness to the American regime or to the Israeli regime is just, for me, it's just something beyond my comprehension.
Netanyahu, he has ruled out any Turkish and Qatari involvement in Gaza's post-war administration. What is that, Professor Marandi? What is the plan? It seems to me that during the interview with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, they're planning to reconstruct Gaza and settle, bringing these settlers to Gaza, little by little, gradually. That's the plan. That's the master plan on their part. It's not just about reconstruction of Gaza. It's something beyond that. but they want to do it, wrap it up in something beautiful, something to that makes them capable to sell it to the world. Is that possible?
There won't be any reconstruction for the Palestinian people. And the reason why the Israeli regime can say no to Erdogan and to the regime in Doha is because he knows that they can't do anything about it. Are they going to help the resistance? Are they going to? We know that they've never given a single bullet to the resistance. They do trade. They do business. Oil goes through Turkey to Israel. Ships go back and forth despite pretending otherwise. The Qatari regime, of course, does extensive cooperation with the regime. They, along with other oil and gas-rich family dictatorships in the Persian Gulf, give money to the likes of Kushner and to the likes of Witkoff, and they invest in Israel. They invest in occupied Palestine. We all know that. This is nothing that they can hide. So why should the Israeli regime give them any concession easily when they pose no threat to the regime, where they have no leverage against the Israeli regime? When the Iranians, as we speak, the Iranians continue to support Hamas. Where do you think the money comes or the equipment comes to make more tunnels? And they're not just, they need support to be able to fight for 2 years. The same is true with Yemen, with the resistance in Lebanon and elsewhere. So when they don't support them, they have no leverage anyway. But the point is, why should they even want to be a part of a process that the Americans have defined and that the Israelis have defined? They should be fully against any element of this ceasefire plan that goes against the demands of the Palestinian people. All of Gaza has to be liberated, and the Palestinian people have to have full authority over their own land, and the Israeli regime must be expelled. How can they do that? Break off ties with the Israeli regime, stop doing business and trade. And people across the region and beyond have a responsibility to put pressure on governments. People across Europe are doing it. We saw enormous protests in Italy, in Spain, and elsewhere. People have to put pressure. These governments obviously don't reflect public opinion. They don't reflect the needs of the Palestinian people. So ultimately, there should be no collaboration or cooperation with Trump or with Kushner or with Witkoff, let alone with Netanyahu, let alone hugging Israel. After they've carried out a genocide, they hug these people. It's, again, it's just something I cannot comprehend. How are you, forget the issue of the two-state solution and the single-state solution. How is anyone going to have leverage to force the Israeli regime to withdraw from Gaza if there isn't real pressure? How can you have trade with the Israeli regime? How can you have political ties with the Israeli regime? How can you sell them oil or import gas from such a regime and then expect it to back down? It's not going to do that. The only thing that will make the Israeli regime back down and the regime in Washington back down and all the collaborators back down is for there to be resistance. And the resistance puts pressure, and that pressure causes them to step back.
I don't know if there is anybody in the West who has any sort of leverage on Netanyahu, because during the interview again, they confessed, if they're honest in the way that they talk about its attack on Doha, they said they were shocked, they were surprised by the Israeli attack on Doha. And Trump called them and somehow said that what they're doing, this is not going to benefit Israel. This sort of behavior. Who has? Do you think, is there anybody in the United States who have leverage on Netanyahu? If the president of the United States doesn't know what's going on with Israel, what would be the next plan on their part? How do you see the sort of relationship they have between the United States under the Trump administration and Netanyahu?
They have leverage. They choose not to use it. Trump, in his really ridiculous speech in the Knesset, admitted that when Adelson wanted to see him, he'd tell him this is not how it works, but then he would come and see him anyway. And he would give him concession after concession. And he admitted that Adelson, his wife, and Adelson himself, that they cared about Israel, not the United States. Their priority was the Israeli regime. They're not faithful or patriotic Americans. So Trump was admitting that he's doing this for the Israeli regime. He's Israel first. That's a huge admission. He has the leverage. He chooses not to use it. Just as Turkey and Qatar and Egypt and the Emirates and all these countries, they have leverage. If they break off all ties with the Israeli regime, Netanyahu is weakened. The West is weakened. And more pressure is put on Netanyahu to change course. There's no doubt about that. So the leverage exists, but the pressure is not being, these regimes, these regional regimes that are basically collaborators, they pretend to be pro-Palestinian. I mean, the circus in Egypt was just painful to watch. It was painful to watch. These leaders go there and act like, I don't want to be insulting on your show, but act in a way which, where Trump is basically the master, and they're like, he's the ringmaster and they're in the circus. That's how it is. That's how it looked. So that leverage exists, but with these leaders, with these governments, with these collaborators, of course that leverage decreases. What leverage does have an impact? Leverage of the resistance in Lebanon, the leverage of the resistance in Iran, in Yemen. That has an impact. The pressure that the Yemenis put on the Israeli economy, the regime's economy, was enormous. That's why the Americans attacked Yemen. If it wasn't enormous, they wouldn't have attacked Yemen. They wouldn't have slaughtered innocent Yemeni citizens. And yet they failed. And as a result, the pressure continued. If that was not effective, the Americans wouldn't have attacked. If the resistance in Lebanon was not causing the Israeli regime enormous difficulty, they would not have carried out those massive genocidal attacks with the support of their Western allies and their collaborators inside Lebanon. If Iran's support for the Palestinian people was not very effective, its direct and indirect support, they would not have attacked Iran and faced a humiliating defeat after 12 days. So pressure works. Pressure creates leverage. But if someone does not want to use that leverage in the hope that he can get a better business deal with Trump or a better tariff deal, then that person is using the Palestinian people and Palestinian blood for his own personal gain.
You know what? You talk about the leaders who from the West Asia who participated in the summit, but look at the European leaders, the way that they're behaving in Ukraine. They're somehow pushing, they're trying to show some sort of leverage on Donald Trump when it comes to Europe. But in the summit in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, you see they've been used as the background decoration for Donald Trump. They did nothing but being in the background. What is that? How all of a sudden they've lost their power, their sort of negotiation leverage, or somehow the way that they're communicating toward Ukraine, they're not that much powerful when it comes to Gaza, to the Middle East. What's that?
This is far worse. than what we saw with the Europeans going to Washington and sitting there like school children. They humiliated themselves, the European leaders, no doubt. But what these people did was they not only humiliated themselves, but they whitewashed a genocide. They whitewashed a Holocaust. They whitewashed a Holocaust. The war in Ukraine has far more casualties than in Gaza. But there, it's a battlefield where men are killing men. Horrible. And it should end tomorrow. And Europeans should end this proxy war. But here we know that the Israeli regime is targeting children. They pulled the plug on incubators. They bomb hospitals. If the Russians wanted to do that, there would be no Kiev today. We all know that. The West knows that too. The Israelis' focus is on women and children. It's on ordinary people. They bomb ordinary people because they are Amalek, because they are subhuman, because they want them exterminated. They want them gone. We've seen them say it. We see that in the South African complaint to the ICJ. It's open. Their leaders have said that. They say it all the time in the media. They're, as we speak, in the West Bank, they're doing the same thing. They attack people, they kill people, they beat up old women, they steal land. The army helps bring in these colonizers, these settlers. They steal, they kill, they graze on Palestinian land. And the West pretends that they believe in human rights and civil society and private ownership, and it's all nonsense. It's all fake. But what these leaders did in Egypt was far worse. What the European leaders belittled themselves and belittled their countries. These leaders that attended, they belittled especially regional leaders. Those who came from far away, I guess they comprehended less what was really happening. But regional leaders, they humiliated themselves, they humiliated their countries, but more importantly, they whitewashed a Holocaust.
There was an interview with the former Mossad and IDF who won various awards in the United States. He said that we're going to remove Palestinians from Gaza. It doesn't matter if they attack us or not. We're going to attack ourselves, and we're going to put the blame on Gazans. So if they decide to go in that direction, do you think that the war with Iran would be some sort of distraction for them, for Israelis, to go all in Gaza?
Well, I think there's no doubt that they're going to try to exterminate the Palestinian people in Gaza. That is their objective, to expel the survivors and take the land. There's no doubt about that. And the West knows that. That's been the plan all along. Even from the beginning, when there was the talk of a two-state solution, that was always the plan. The West only tried to buy time for the Israeli regime. I remember Alistair Crook, who's been on your show. He told me that years ago, when the Israelis began bringing in these colonizers, these settlers in the West Bank, he went and saw some of those places, and he said they were the most fanatical of the fanatical Zionists. They put those people in the West Bank. Why? Because they wanted to make sure that they will never leave peacefully. So Alistair, of course, being a very decent person and human being, pointed this out. But the European politicians and diplomats who we see today making statements and who for years have been talking about the two-state solution, they knew very well what was happening. And they closed their eyes because they support the Israeli regime in its ethnic cleansing of the West Bank and the daily murders that we see in the West Bank, when they shoot kids and murder kids and batter old women, beat them in the head with clubs. Where are all those Western human rights organizations and women's rights organizations? They're all fake. Those NGOs, those well-funded activists, they're all fake. The real activists are the ones who were arrested when their flotilla was taking infant formula for Gazan children. Those are the real activists, not the ones who've been silent for the last 2 years, who've been barking about human rights and women's rights for years when it serves the interests of the empire and getting good funding for it, and then silent when old women in the West Bank are beaten in the heads with clubs. It's all fake. And the fate of the West Bank is the same as the fate of Gaza. And that is that there's a war going on where the empire and the Zionist regime want to ethnically cleanse these lands, because the objective is, of course, and has always been Greater Israel. It has always been and always will be Greater Israel. And it won't even stop at Gaza or the West Bank, as we've seen in Syria, as we've already seen how they've annexed, because of Trump, the Golan Heights, and they will do more if they can. So the only way forward is resistance. And those who, again, took part in this shameful monkey show in Egypt, they helped the Israeli regime. They gave it a lifeline. They gave it some breathing space, to their eternal shame. But in any case, the objective is, of course, without a doubt, whether just like what we saw the other day, yesterday, when the two Israelis got killed because of their own stupidity, and then the regime decided to bomb the whole entire Gaza. Do you think that's not going to happen again? When the time comes and they feel ready, they'll make an excuse. Western media, the BBC, CNN, the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Guardian, the Independent, France 24, all of these Western media outlets will repeat Israeli lies about Hamas carrying out some sort of terrorist attack or some deed carried out by someone, and then the Israelis would respond. They will try to frame it in a way to make it as legitimate as possible. And yes, it is possible that they will strike at Iran, because Iran is the only sincere supporter of the axis of resistance and the people of Palestine, along with Yemen, and to distract attention away from their failures elsewhere. That's what these escalations were about in the first place. Netanyahu has always needed escalation to stay in power. And the escalation that we saw yesterday was also beneficial to his court case, as we saw. And his day in court was again put back. So yes, escalation could take place, but Iran is much more prepared today. Iran has the advantage of having been a victim of an all-out attack by the Israeli regime with all of its capabilities. So Iran has learned from its mistakes. It will strengthen its strong points, and it will deal with its weaknesses, so that next time around it can hit the Israeli regime much harder and more decisively with less pain at home. So if the Israeli regime is foolish, they'll attack Iran. But in any case, this is a genocidal regime that does not accept borders or boundaries. It does not accept international law. It does not even accept ceasefires. The ceasefire is just a word. This is not a ceasefire. They will continue to kill, and they will continue to violate their side of the bargain, and they will justify it, and the West will repeat whatever false claims and arguments that they make.
Professor Marandi, how prepared is Iran if Israel decides to attack Iran? We've learned, I don't know if that's right, but from the news we've learned that Iran has received MiG-29, the latest version, and Su-35, and Iranian offensive, capabilities are still intact. As the supreme leader of Iran has mentioned, that Iran is prepared to use, the missiles, the new generations of missiles in Iran if Israel attacks Iran. What's your take on that?
Well, Ayatollah Khamenei gave an important speech yesterday, and people should go and read it. They can see parts of it on his Twitter accounts, but they can also look at his website. I think it was a significant speech. Yes, the Iranian offensive capability today is much stronger. It's continuing to develop its missiles. Iran refrained from using its most advanced missiles last time around because they wanted to have cards up their sleeves, and they learned a great deal about the Israeli regime's capabilities, and they still won. And the reason why the Israelis have not attacked is because it's too costly. If they thought that they could win, they would never have pleaded for a ceasefire in the first place. They were winning. If the Americans and the Israeli regime were winning, they would have no incentive to halt the attacks. Just like in Gaza, the so-called ceasefire plan of Trump was only put forward because they were not winning. The ceasefire that the Israeli regime insisted on with Lebanon was because it was not winning. And of course, the Lebanese government, being weak and complicit and a tool of the West, after the ceasefire, they allowed the Israeli regime to take territory and to continue bombing the country. Otherwise, the resistance did not allow them to take any territory, any of the villages. Whatever happened after the ceasefire. Of course, Hezbollah lives in a country which is mixed, which has many players, and where the West has huge influence. It's not like Gaza, where the resistance has full control of that territory, and the people there are united, more or less. So, if the Israeli regime could attack Iran and believe that it would win, it would do so. It would do so today. I think that as time goes by, Iran becomes stronger compared to the Israeli regime. The only thing that could cause Netanyahu to attack Iran is his own interests. Because Netanyahu cares about Netanyahu. He doesn't care about the Israeli regime. Otherwise, he, more than anyone else in the history of this evil regime, has diminished it, has ruined it, has destroyed its credibility and its image across the world. He has brought it closer to destruction than anyone else. And it's all about his own selfish interests. So if he does attack Iran, he will lose. But he will carry it out because he needs a war.
Professor, what is the future of JCPOA? Iran, together with Russia and China, trying to, make their political move. But how do you see the future of JCPOA?
The JCPOA is dead. It's finished. And the Europeans are the biggest losers. Because the JCPOA was what made the Europeans relevant to Iran. That they could play a role in negotiating and have a foothold inside the country. That's gone. They destroyed it themselves. They failed to abide by their commitments, and then they tried to hurt Iran and do injustice to Iran. So now they're out of the picture. So the Europeans in general, they're the big losers on all fronts. When it comes to Russia, when it comes to China, when it comes to Iran, they're the big losers. And they will increasingly become weaker and less significant in the years to come. But the JCPOA is dead. And the Russians and the Chinese have made a very admirable statement, along with the Iranians, saying that they do not accept the snapback because the West did not abide by its commitments. It wasn't Iran, it was the West. And they have no legitimate right to use the snapback mechanism. And they did not even use the snapback mechanism as it is defined within the nuclear deal. So they put out a statement saying, we do not accept it. And so the West, on the one hand, says that the snapback has been used. The Russians and the Chinese say no, it's over. And the nuclear deal is over, so there will be no snapback. The non-aligned movement just recently, they too put out a statement supporting Iran's position. But the important thing really is in the case of the snapback are the Russians and the Chinese, because they're permanent members of the UN Security Council. And also these two countries do work with Iran when it comes to military cooperation and trade. Iran exports weapons to Russia, Russia exports weapons to Iran, and of course, Iran increasingly is working with China as well. The JCPOA's sanctions are all covered by the US maximum pressure sanctions. And the only thing that would make a difference would be with regards to military cooperation. But the Russians and the Chinese do not accept it. So the JCPOA, the snapback mechanism that the Europeans try to use, is not going to make any major impact. It's not going to have a major impact on the Iranian economy. And after time, it will just, people will forget that this happened. It had a psychological effect for a few weeks. That psychological effect, as I'm sure you've noticed, is dying down, and it will disappear. So the big losers are the Europeans, because they could have used the JCPOA to improve ties with Iran, to play a role. They chose not to do so, and they're not going to get that role ever again for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. Do you think that Europe sees itself as being as a part of the foreign policy of the United States, or they want to be somehow independent from the United States? Where is that, where, when it comes to Europe, as you mentioned in Ukraine, they're pushing for something that would not benefit Europe in a long run. In the Middle East as well, Professor Marandi, as you mentioned with the case of JCPOA, is Europe anymore? Because look at the energy. They don't have the energy, the resources. The technology is just moving away from Europe. What is the future for Europe? We know the people in Europe, they're concerned about what's going on, but the leaders in Europe, they don't care about what's going on in Europe.
Well, the Iranians have seen how unimportant the Europeans are, because when Trump left the JCPOA during his first presidency, the Europeans promised to find a solution to have the JCPOA work, and they did nothing. And then this time round, when they negotiated with the Iranians, they made promises. And so the Iranians signed the deal in Cairo to cooperate with the International Atomic Energy Agency. But the Europeans then backed down because the Americans told them they can't. The Iranians knew this, by the way, and that's why the Iranians went forward with the agreement in Cairo, because they knew that the Europeans would not fulfill their side of the bargain. They knew that they were weak. And every time the Europeans negotiated with the Iranians and came to some sort of agreement, the Americans, Washington, would veto it. So for the Iranians, it's clear that the Europeans are unimportant. Now, when it comes to Ukraine, it's not as if the Europeans are taking a different stance from Washington. Which Washington? The deep state in the United States, which pushed for this conflict in the first place, they haven't disappeared. They're working with a different faction than the Trump faction, or the faction that supports Trump. But they're still, their hope is to get back to the years where someone like Biden was in charge. Otherwise, the Europeans are ineffective when it comes to Ukraine. They have no solution. They have no solution when it comes to China. They have no alternative plan. Even in Ukraine, as they disagree with Trump, they're not going to stand up against Trump. They're going to make it better for Trump. He'll sell them the weapons. They'll pay out of their own pocket. He'll make money. That's not standing up against the United States. That's empowering the United States. That's sacrificing your own people to empower Trump. And the same is true with China. Instead of the Europeans seeking a new partnership with China in the face of U.S. tariffs, they antagonize China. Europe is there, as I said, it's on the decline. We see German industries in crisis. We see that the car manufacturers in Germany are in serious trouble, and it's going to just get worse. It's not going to get any better. So Europe is going to be an increasingly insignificant player. Probably the European Union will break up, maybe not into 30 pieces, but it will not be like it is today. I think Europe is going to be a increasingly less important player or set of players in the years to come, compared to BRICS countries and Shanghai Cooperation Organization countries, and those regimes that cling to the United States and the West and try to remain in Trump's good books and to work with the Europeans and prioritize them over the global majority. I think they are going to, in the long run, be losers, unless they change course.
Yeah. Witkoff, in the last minutes of this interview he had with 60 Minutes, he said that he feels optimistic about the relationship between the United States and Iran. Does Iran feel the same way?
No, of course not. The United States has murdered General Soleimani, the person who was leading the war against ISIS and Al-Qaeda in Iraq and Syria and Lebanon, who was key in saving the region from these extremist Takfiri terrorists that the West supports. They murdered him and his team, and they murdered his counterpart in Iraq and his team. No one is going to forget that. And then the United States tried to deceive Iran, negotiate with Iran while it was conspiring under Trump with Netanyahu to attack Iran. And then the United States struck Iranian targets. There's no reason to feel that the relationship between the United States and Iran will change. But the most important thing for the Iranians is the genocide in Gaza. How can we have a good relationship with a genocidal regime? That's the reason why Iran refused to participate in Cairo, because it was whitewashing the genocide. Instead of putting pressure on the United States, they eased pressure. Instead of putting more pressure on Netanyahu, they eased the pressure. So no, the relationship with the United States is not going to change, at least not in the near future, and any change would probably be small in the long run. One day, we may have a different relationship with the United States altogether. There's no, the Iranians have no problem with Americans or with a country called the United States of America. The Iranian leader said, Ayatollah Khamenei, more than once, but somewhat recently, said the reason why when people say death to America, they don't mean ordinary Americans. They mean this regime that carries out genocide, this regime that batters nation after nation. Just like in Latin America, when they would say Yankee go home, they didn't mean that anyone who was a U.S. passport holder should leave and go back to the United States. They meant that the regime in Washington, which carries out aggression, which does not have any respect for the sovereignty of nations, which murders and plunders and rapes, it is unwelcome. It is despised. And we see that reemerging, manifesting itself today in the Caribbean, where they just bomb boats shamelessly. And the American media, which is complicit, just like it's complicit in the genocide in Gaza, they're not outraged. They're not ashamed. They just sit there and report the news. Whereas children lose parents and innocent people are murdered. We already know that some of the victims were not even Venezuelan. Yet the United States has a regime that has no moral compass, which is aggressive and brutal, continues to behave as a brutal and immoral regime would behave. So there's no reason for the relationship between Iran and the United States to fundamentally change under these circumstances. But a Zionist, a genocidal Zionist like Witkoff, you wouldn't understand that.
Yeah. Since you've mentioned Venezuela before wrapping up, Professor Marandi, do you think that the United States' main goal, what is the main goal in Venezuela? It's about oil and resources of Venezuela, or do you see something beyond that?
Yes, I think it's regime change. I think it's Venezuelan resources. we have to remember that the United States, it has again said that it wants to strengthen its hegemony over the Americas, over Latin, North and South America and Central America. So this would fall within that framework as well.
Monroe,
I don't think
you're talking about.
Yes, yes, but also more recently, the United States has reaffirmed that they want to refocus on the Western Hemisphere, on North and South America. So I think it is regime change. I think it's going to be not in interest of the regime in Washington. I think it's going to be much more costly than they anticipate in their arrogance. But that is how the United States works. They still live in their bubble. They still think that they are the global superpower. And all of their actions, whether in Gaza or Ukraine or Latin America or the trade wars with China and India and everyone else, all of that is diminishing this empire very swiftly. I don't think the Americans are going to succeed in Latin America, but I think that they, like Witkoff, they live in their bubble, and as long as they're in that bubble, anything can happen.
Yeah.
And by the way, Nima, because I have to respond to Larry, even though the comments that the things that we've been discussing are pretty dark, but I had the fortune to meet Larry and Scott and the judge in Moscow. And Larry did give me a shirt to wear for your show, but I'm on campus today. So although it would be very difficult for me to wear it, but I'll be forced to wear it next week. Because I know a lot of my students are going to give me a hard time, but I'll try to wear it next week.
Thank you so much, Professor Randy.
Coffee. Follow me.